Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Girl, listen, I've been doing the same thing. I get off here, I do dinner, I do homework, I do bath, I do cleaning, dishes, mopping. I swear to God. And I'm still sort of like moving things around the new place. I feel you, Jane. I feel you. I have some tea today on Larry the DUI clown. But first, without further ado, I would like to play the Larry the DUI clown song that has some of the tea in it. Just a little bit, it's a little taste of it. Larry, this one's for you, bud.
Yeah. Yo. Yo. Larry's a DUI guy, Kentucky clown. Riding turtles, money flowing down. Larry from Kentucky, DUI king, so sly. Practicing law where he ain't got the sign. Morally bankrupt, ethically lost, stealing jobs from Randazzo. What's the cause? Clown in the clown parade. Honk, honk, honk. Hey. Ride on turtle, cold money, keep it strong. Call leader happy, hey. Minions in line, hey. Money flowing forever. That's his shine. Unlicensed states, he don't even care. Snake in the grass, breathing that air. Randazzo's gigs, he swipes them away. Harry the Joker, night and the day. Clown in the clown parade. Honk, honk, honk. Hey. Rides on turtle, come money, keep it strong. Call leader happy, hey. Minions in line, hey. Money flowing forever. That's his shine. Turtle coat cash keeps the party alive. Clowns all marching, bellies of five. Ethically questionable, that's his game. Larry the lawyer, full of shame. Clown in the clown parade. Honk, honk, honk. Rides on turtle coat money, keep it strong. Call leader happy, minions in line. Money flowing forever. His shine. Larry the DUI clown, fade out slow. Viral on TikTok, everyone knows.
That's a doozy. I mean, I'll bounce a little if something seriously wrong with you. So here's the thing. I'm going to show you guys this wild tweet that Larry made, right? He made these very wild assumptions this morning. And I'm not really sure where he honestly finds his nonsense and decides when he's going to spew it, but I do know why he's doing this right now. See, a little birdie told me a few things. A little birdie that let me see some evidence of things. And Larry here is friends with, the sewer turtle and the cult, right? He's very friendly with the Marlboro cowboy, Willie the Griller there. And hey, Sassy, hey, Salty, hey, Chris, hey, Jane, hey, Carly. Okay, so, and I know Jesse's back here. Hey, Jesse, she's just in the bushes right now. She's doing something. And there's a bunch of you, in the bushes. That's okay. So Larry decided to make an entire book this morning. Made an entire book of a tweet this morning, and I shall show you. I shall show you the bullshitaki. Okay? And of course, he pretends like he just wants both sides to stop, right? He said that in a comment to someone. Someone was like, do you want to comment on, the turtle? And I want both sides to stop. oh yeah, there's been a connection. So Larry mostly built, he was a very small channel. He mostly built his channel off the back of Free Karen Read and the Turtle Minions. So it was by making that connection with the turtle that his channel is at where it's at right now. Simply because he followed with the minions, right? Minions bring money, minions bring views, right? You got to keep locked in with the minions. There's a reason why multiple channels are locked in still, defending the turtle or not saying anything. And that's because if they say anything, there's an exodus of people. You can ask Mike, you can ask LTL, you can ask myself or anybody else who have the balls to say something, is that you see this mass exodus. Lots of money disappears, lots of people disappear. Those aren't the people you want following you anyway. Money or not, they're not good people. If they're that easily led by lies and bullshit, then we have a problem, right? We don't need that. We don't want that, right? So Larry here, he built his channel, sort of, most of it at least, off of the backs of the Free Karen Read movement and the turtle. So he's very friendly with the turtle and Willie the Marlboro Cowboy, okay? Now, his sources for this ridiculous book that he wrote, okay, again, is Willie the Marlboro Cowboy and the Sewer Turtle, you know? No, yeah, he's not hacked. He's for realsies. He's for cereal, folks, okay? It's a damn shame. The part that really irks the fuck out of me is I love the law, right? I don't love the law in the aspect that I love all the laws that are written. I think half of them are bullshit, need to be, fixed. We need to move up to the digital age and fix some loopholes and give people more leeway on certain things. And so what I mean when I say I love the law is when I was a kid, and most of you know this who've been following me a really long time, I had to be a witness in a case when I was about 11 or 12, between the ages of 11 and 12. And I sat on that stand. And the defense attorney asked me the same question 5 different fucking ways, but the same question. And every time I answered it the same way, no matter how many different times he tried to ask it in a different way, the answer was always the same because it's the truth, right? You can ask me 1,000,000 times in 17 different. Yes, that is him, Panda. So you can ask me 1,000,000 different times, right? In 17 different ways, but the answer is always going to remain the same. And I could see the defense attorney getting very frustrated, right? I'm a kid, right? And he's now frustrated that he can't trip up a kid's memory of something. The problem is that memory was so clear and it hadn't happened that long before that. The answer is always going to be the same. So I saw him getting really frustrated, right? And obviously I didn't know at the time that what he was trying to do was impeach my credibility or something by being haha, she answered it differently, but I asked it a different way, but it was the same question. I didn't understand the nuances of it at 11 years old, but it intrigued the fuck out of me. And I knew in that moment, it's one of those times in life where something just dawns on you and you're like, this is what I want, or this is who I love, or this is it. It was in that moment that I was like, this is what I want to do. I want to be an attorney. I want to help people. I want to help people who can't, and we were low income, right? So I wanted to be able to be the best attorney I could be, but also be able to help people who couldn't afford to pay for a really good attorney, that they would get stuck with attorneys that do the bare minimum because they're being paid the bare minimum, right? And I'm not saying all, public defenders are horrible. I had a really good public defender way back in the day, and he deserves all the praise in the world because, and I know a couple other people actually who used him for various things, and they all say the same thing about him. He underestimates himself. He's extremely intelligent and smart. He knows exactly what he's doing, and he got the job done, right? But I knew in that moment that that is what I wanted to do. I wanted to study for law. I wanted to be a lawyer. And so I got home that day. Never forget this because it still sits there in the hallway where my mom lives. And I took a pencil and I was in the hallway. We had connecting hallways. So you would go through the front door and then the apartment on the right, there's a door for that apartment there. And then there's an apartment on the left and the door for that apartment is there. But there's a connecting hallway. So you come out your apartment door before you go through the main door to go outside, and there's a big hallway. And so us kids sometimes who live next door to each other would just kind of hang out in the hallway or hang out on the stairs outside. And we're hanging out in the hallway, just talking. I'm telling him what happened. And I took a pencil and I wrote, I want to be a lawyer. And it sits there still to this day. It's not been painted over. It's not been erased. It is still fucking there. All these years later, I am 39. So that's how long that has been sitting there. Okay. But in that moment, I begged my grandparents for all the legal books they could find me. A couple of years later, my aunt started working for attorney. I had a family friend who was an attorney. So a lot of the time I got to go to the offices and learn all sorts of different things as a kid, right? Like pretty early. And it fascinated me. It was just something that I was like, I want to know more, right? Like if there's something you're interested in, you want to know everything about it, right? You need to know everything about it. And so in that moment, I was just like, I need to know more. I want to know more. And that is what I spent the next, still to this day doing, right? After I had my daughter, I graduated high school with a baby. Most of you know, and I'm very proud of it, even though the sewer turtle tries to call me a dropout, which is so funny to me because, again, my student loans for college say otherwise, you fucking clown. Oh, thank you. No, girl, I haven't been doing anything other than slapping on some moisturizer with my really dry skin. And nope, I haven't been doing anything different. I appreciate that, Allie. Thank you. So, I mean, I knew law was something that I was really passionate about and that I really loved. And I knew it was something that was going to be a big part of my life. Now, obviously, the plan was go to law school, pass the bar, be a lawyer, right? Well, that's not the way life took me, right? My daughter was born. I was graduating high school, starting college, and my daughter had a lot of medical issues. So we basically lived in and out of Children's Hospital for weeks or months, days at a time, in and out, in and out, in and out. And so it made it physically impossible for me to be in two places at once as a single parent with a child with that much medical issues. She was born with her disease. And when my daughter was born, her disease didn't even exist in the medical books. My daughter is a medical marvel. They have her, and I don't even know how many goddamn medical books and studies at this point. She's only one of less than 200 people on the earth, on planet Earth, not in the United States, on planet Earth, that has her horrible terminal disease. And it causes all sorts of different medical issues and a lot of pain. My daughter has gone blind from her disease. She was not born blind. She went blind one eye at a time. She is now legally blind. She's had to go through things like chemotherapy, even though it's not a cancer. She had to take the same chemotherapy drugs a cancer patient would, all the same side effects for her disease, and a multitude of other things, including infusions and shots. And the kid was a guinea pig and is still to this day at age 21 a guinea pig, right? She got a Make-A-Wish when she was a kid, and she did Disney World, which we talked about the other day. But all of her disabilities, medical-wise, are all physical. Kid is intelligent as all hell. She must get it from her mother, right? She is so smart and so sassy, not for the pun of your name, sassy. But she is so much like me in so many ways, but so much her own individual and so many others. She knows quite a bit of the law, obviously, because I want my kids to be informed. I want my kids to have all of the knowledge that I didn't have at that age and understand things that I didn't at that age until I sort of, knowledge is power, my friends. Okay. Knowledge is power. But I wouldn't give it up for the world, everything that happened, because my baby's still here with us, right? Like I have her here on this earth, and it doesn't matter if it's one more minute, one more, month, one more year, or 100 more years. Every day is a blessing, and I appreciate that. So if that's what, meant that I couldn't finish law school, the time and the money was not an option for me at that point, then so be it. My babies come first every goddamn time. But I never stopped learning. I never stopped studying law. And I still, new Supreme Court decisions, I read it cover to cover, page to page, over and over and over, right? Like, again, it's just something that I'm super passionate and I love. Then you have people like Larry here. Ambulance chasers, they give lawyers a bad name, really questionable ethics for sure. Doing all this crazy shit behind the scenes, and he hopes no one's looking, right? Hopes that he can pretend he's just a decent DUI lawyer. People like Larry piss me off because he is a barred attorney, right? Then everybody automatically assumes that because he is an attorney, he must know better than someone like me, right? Well, Larry's an actual attorney. At least what would you know? Well, I would know quite a bit, number one. Let me throw out there that I have been offered numerous positions at law firms here in Massachusetts. If I go back to school and pass the bar, oh God, I've lost count at this point of how many times they've told me, like, you need to go back to law school. You need to go back to school. You need to go back. You need to go back. And I'm like, listen, I get it. I do. I would love that. But guess what? All of my credits were non-transferable. So I'd have to start from scratch, prereqs and all, prereqs and all. So that would take what, 6, 8 years. I'm 38, 9. I mean, I know it's never too late, but the amount of money that would cost and time is another thing. If I had a vehicle, that would be a little bit different because I could get back and forth quickly and work around my children's school and doctors' schedules. But I don't. And so it makes it a little more difficult. So it's just not feasible right now. Maybe in the future it will be, but right now it's not. And I mean, in all of the jobs that I have been offered, in different firms all over my state, and funny enough, in other states, although I couldn't move out of state right now if I wanted to, but, in the future, again, maybe. But I have talked to, why is my light moving on its own? What is happening? That was, oh my God, we got a ghost, guys. We got a ghost. That entirely moved all the way across. That might be my dad as a ghost saying hi. That light and it's on a tripod, literally just moved all the way over here. I don't know if you saw the light move itself, but that was a little creepy. I'm not going to lie. But in all the law firms that I talked to that had offered me the jobs, I remember a conversation specifically with one woman who said to me, because I called her for something to confirm something for me, and legally, and I was like, is this right? Like, is this, do I have this right? Like, is this right? And she started laughing at me, and I was like, why are you laughing, so-and-so? I'm not going to say her name. And she's like, Elise, you didn't need to call me and ask me. You obviously know, you answered your own question. Why are you calling me? And I'm like, because you're a lawyer and I just want you to confirm it. And started laughing again. I'm like, what? You are. I just wanted you to confirm, like, what I knew to be true for you to just confirm that it's true. She goes, Elise, you're more knowledgeable than half of my staff and they're barred attorneys. You don't need my help. You know exactly what you just answered your own question. I was like, I know, I just needed to hear another person who works in the legal field as an attorney say, yes, that's correct. Like, I don't know, sometimes you just want some damn validation that you're right before you delve into something. And so I called her and was like, is this right? Like, is this, yeah? And she started laughing at me. I'm like, it's not funny. Like, but the point is you don't have to be a lawyer to be knowledgeable about the law. You don't. You simply don't. Being named Larry the DUI guy does not make you smarter or even more competent than someone else. It just simply does not. I mean, even Harold in the Purple Crayon, Mr. Betterow, argued with me online during, I can't remember, I think it was Karen's trial 1. And remember, he was trying to get onto her team as a defense attorney back then, right? And so the conversation of Murder 2 obviously came up, and he argued with me in public tweets, okay? I don't know if it's still there. It should be, unless he deleted it. I mean, if I were him, I probably would delete it. He looked like an idiot. But nonetheless, he said something along the lines of, Murder 2 requires intent. And I said, correction, counselor, it does not require intent in the state of Massachusetts. And you would think that if you're going to try to get on someone's legal team, that you should probably, at the very least, know what their charges are and what they entail in the state that you would be practicing in. No? I mean, that would take like literally 10 seconds of research. Murder 2 does not require intent in the state of Massachusetts, sir. Okay? And of course, all of Aiden's minions and all of Betterow's minions, here they come right in the comment section, like, what would you know? Imagine arguing with an actual attorney. all of those voices seem to quite dissipate and disappear when I posted the Massachusetts general law, the chapter, the subsection, showing that it does not require intent in the state of Massachusetts. Can you imagine? None of those people then came to say, oh, you were right, or we apologize, or you know what, Elise, clearly you were right and better always wrong. Nope, crickets. Crickets. All those people that jumped up and were like, he's an attorney and you're not, so clearly you wouldn't know better than him. Being an attorney does not mean you're fucking competent. Being an attorney does not mean you're smarter than someone else. It simply means you could take an exam. That's it. Okay? That's it. Larry, the DUI guy, is one of those people. He took the fucking exam. Okay? He can say he's a barred attorney until the cows come home. But whether he's competent, whether he's a serious guy, or not is a whole nother fucking question, okay? His ethics are damn well questionable. I'm going to tell you a little story about Larry and what he did when he came here to Massachusetts. But first, let me read this ridiculous tweet and then tell you why it isn't true. Also, again, Larry, when you source your information from people like Willie the Marlboro Cowboy, you probably want to check it, right, before you post an entire book online. That's completely fucking wrong. I mean, you would think as a quote attorney, right, that you would do research or, I mean, even check things like this before you throw it out on the internet so that people then you're inciting people to then go harass this person. You didn't. You simply, because you run in the circles of Willie the Marlboro Cowboy and, the Sewer Turtle, and you need their viewers. I mean, this is the guy. I'm just saying, like, this is the fucking guy, Larry. This is the guy that you take your information from. This is him, Willie the Marlboro Cowboy. That's the guy. That's him. And then your other ones are, this guy. Where is it? This guy. You take these other information from this fucking clown here, who we will call Aiden the Sewer Turtle Dick Nose. That's his banana hammock that we gifted him for his face to cover that fucking thing up. So, these are the idiots that you get your information from. I mean, Larry, you're an attorney, right? That should mean that you in other people's eyes, that you're smarter and you know what you're talking about. This clown, you get your information from. The Sewer Turtle, dick-nosed superfan blogger. I mean, really? Really? The guy writes blogs that smell like broken fucking dreams and wet socks. And these are the people, Larry, that you need to surround yourself with, right? The broken dreams and wet socks guy and Willie the Marlboro fucking Cowboy. Those are the people. Mm-hmm. Why are those the people, you ask yourself, my friends? Well, those are the people that helped Larry build most of his channel, right? They're the people that brought most of the cultists to his channel so they could donate and watch and do all that stuff. And that's great and all. And I don't think that creators should grow their channels. But when you grow it on the back of something like a cult or a quote movement to the point where you can't criticize that movement ever, or they could never, ever be wrong, because if you say one thing that they don't like, well, you lose all those viewers, you lose all those dollars. That's where the ethical line for me is if you have to silence yourself and what you know to be true to spin narrative around what they spew, well, you got a conundrum on your hands, sir, because that means when the movement goes down and the Dick No super blogger fan, when he goes down, what are you going to say? Because all eyes are going to be when he's finally in prison. You're going to change your tune a little, disagree with some of the stuff you did then, you're going to wait till then, or you're going to keep just repeating the cult mantras. Because at this point, you're just appeasing the cult. And anybody with eyeballs and any level of intelligence saw that coming from a fucking mile away. But why would Larry want to talk about this now? Why? Why would he make such a statement today, this morning, as a matter of fact? Well, friends, well, you know, Larry, my friends, decided to have a conversation with the Marlboro Cowboy. And because the Marlboro Cowboy cannot be honest with anyone, including himself, well, Larry got bad info. So let's read Larry's ridiculous, nonsensical bullshit tweet where he spews complete and utter nonsense. And I will give y'all the tea. Okay. I don't know. I can't make this bigger. I wish I could. So I'll just read it to you guys. Obviously, you guys, if you have Twitter, can go and read it, obviously, yourselves. But Sassy, thank you. Yeah, Larry is jealous, Sparkly. He's jealous because he's a fucking clown. That's why. What's happening here? Sorry, my phone is like doing its own thing. It's having a... Oh, thank you, Sparkly, for being a member. We appreciate you. Sassy, thank you for your... I see $13 and it says 4 curtain rods. Yay, get the rest of them. Thank you, Sassy. I appreciate you, my friend. Those ones are for the living room, and I will be so happy to have those up, my friend. Let me get rid of this notification. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. No, this has nothing to do with Nan helping Meredith at all. Not even close. My point is how the fuck would Larry know what Nan didn't do, turn down what, how the actual fuck would Larry, the DUI foreman, know? How the fuck would he know what Nan did or didn't do? I'm sorry, but did he magically enter Nan's body? Is he Nan now? Because he's wrong. Let's just throw that out there. He's just 100% wrong. And again, he makes these wild fucking assumptions. If you are a member, subscribe for free, or you can join with a monthly membership. That's right. Oh, thank you for being you. I appreciate you. Appreciate all of you. If any of you want to become a member like Sparkly, you can do that down below. And if anybody wants to help support our little independent channel over here, we are mighty, okay? We are mighty, and we are not going to be silenced by a cult or by any buffoonery, any of the clown car idiots or the clown parade that often comes through social media. We don't have to be part of the cult to grow. It might take a longer time. We might make less money, but at least we have fucking boundaries. At least we have some self-awareness, self-respect, and ethics, okay? Just saying. We can hold our heads high. I sleep well at night, Larry, do you? I know this to a turtle doesn't. He peeps out the window like a fucking meth head because he's waiting for the Silverados to pop up for all those crimes he's yet to be charged with. What about you, Larry? You ever like get a little nervous they might take your bar license for, practicing law in states where you're not actually licensed? I think you probably do, Larry. Me and you both know that, right, Larry? Mark Rendeza probably knows that too. I don't think Rendeza is a fan of yours, Larry. Do you want to tell the class why? I don't know. Maybe I should tell the class why in a little bit. I think I'll tell the class why, Larry. Maybe I'll tell the class. I'll tell the class why, Mark Rendez probably can't fucking stand you. Because you're an opportunist with questionable ethics and no moral compass. Sounds like a few people I know. Yeah, there are quite a few Aiden YouTube channel launches and more that pop up every day. As long as you follow the turtle and you don't piss him off, you don't criticize him and you go, yay, turtle, go, turtle. Oh, the turtle did nothing wrong. Then you will get an influx of super chat donation, subscriber, super chat donation, subscriber. And because of that, it encourages more and more people to open up a channel and watch all of that flow, right? And that's what these people do. They don't give a shit about helping anyone. They don't give a shit about who they hurt, what lies they tell, As long as that lie that they just told gets enough clicks or views and brings them enough super chats, I don't give an actual fuck who they hurt with it. I learned that a long time ago. It was one of those really hard lessons when I first, started being a creator. I honestly thought that more often than not, then some of these people would have started a channel like I did for the reasons that I did. And I quickly realized that a lot of these people don't ever care about anyone else. And they didn't start a channel to ever help someone else, ever. What they did was they started a channel and thought that it was like a get rich quick scheme, right? Most of you know I started my channel for a multitude of reasons, but one of which being my friend Miguel, who is still missing to this day, who has been missing close to 20 years now. I know what it's like to have somebody in your life disappear. It's not a fun feeling to not know where someone that you care about is. It's a shitty ass feeling. And to not have answers and to not get answers for this long, I wanted to be able to, even if it was jive one person's memory about one thing that they saw that night and never told the police. If that person then came forward and gave a lead that led to something, that was good enough for me, right? I wanted to do that same effect on other cases. I wanted to be able to cover cases. And if there are people who might not want to reach out to the police, maybe they would reach out to me. And then I could reach out to the police and say, well, from an anonymous source, because obviously they don't want to reach out to the police for a reason to give them their in. This is what the anonymous source said. This is the information that I have. Here you go. And maybe that could help solve a case, or at least lead it down a path where eventually it would be solved, or we could let other victims know, other families and victims and survivors know that they're not alone, that we know how they feel, that they have support from someone, right? Like I had all of these dreams in my head about all the things that I could do with my YouTube channel. I said I would start just covering a case that was in my area because I had just started out, right? That's the smartest thing to do, is cover something that you're easily accessible to. And that is when the Karen Reed case came out, right? And I was like, okay, this is a close one. I can, get to the courthouse. I can get the paperwork. I have sources. Like, let's, this is good. We'll do this. I never, ever anticipated being attacked by the sewer turtle and having to defend myself against lies, or having to try to prove a double negative, prove that I didn't do all of these crazy things that all these lunatic people are now accusing me of because Aiden said I'm bad, because he simply couldn't keep it in his pants. And he couldn't be honest with his audience that he got caught cheating on his wife and 3 other women because I didn't lie for him. And not because I purposely told on him, but I've told the story a million times, but ultimately Lauren had called and told us that Aiden had told her that night of the Halloween party, she's in her car, she's dressed, she's ready to go there. She calls me, she calls Deanna separately, she calls a couple other people. Me and Deanna are at the party separately, and she's crying and she's upset, and I feel really bad. And she tells me exactly what happened. Aiden calls her and says, listen, I got to talk to you about something. Are you going to the party? She says, of course I'm going to the party. He goes, who are you going with? And she goes, Elise and Deanna. And he, funny enough, goes, who's Deanna? He knew who Deanna was. This is plain stupid. And so then she goes, of course I'm going. I was going. I bought a ticket. I'm in my car. I'm ready to go. Why? What's the matter? And he says, well, we need to talk because I'm going to bring this girl that I am now talking to with me. And so Lauren's now flabbergasted. And she's like, wait a second. So when last week you told me that you were not talking to anybody, and that when the trolls were telling me you were seen out with another woman, that you were saying, don't listen to the trolls, Lauren, don't listen to the trolls, that you were lying to me, right? So of course he was lying. And the week previous he had taken, she had given him $100 to bring his kids out. It was like right after he was arrested, and she felt bad. And so, whatever. Bottom line is she sent him $100 so he could like take his kids out or buy them something or whatever. Right. So he took that money from her, no problem, knowing that he was going to throw her out like trash in the next week. And so he did bring Lindsay. I tried to get Lauren to just come anyway. I said, fuck him. We'll just have fun. Like, screw him. That's the best revenge. Like, have fun anyway. And she just didn't want to do it. And I don't blame her. She didn't want to come. And I said, okay. Eventually Lindsay found me at the party. She had watched my show. I did a case that I covered on a friend of hers that she knew that had passed away. And she wanted to thank me for the way that I covered that case. And so she tried to talk to me a couple times and I heard her, but I was kind of like ignoring because I I knew who she was at this point, right? And I didn't want to just didn't want to talk to her, right? Like I didn't want it to be like a thing where she asked me anything about anything, right? So then at one point I get sort of cornered. There's like 4 or 5 of us just standing in a circle and everyone starts to walk away. And it's just like 4 of us or 5 of us now, including, Lindsay and Aiden. And at that point, like I can't pretend I can't hear her anymore. She's right there. So she's like, "Oh, hey, Lise." And I'm like, "Oh, hey, how are you?" Wait, she thanks me about the show that I did on her friend. I'm like, in my head, I'm like, "Oh, that's all she wanted the whole time. Now I feel like an asshole, like whatever." But then she hits me with it. And she's like, "So, hey, where's Lauren? I just want to talk to her. Do you know where she is?" And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, why would she be asking where Lauren is and saying that she wants to talk to her unless she knows what happened, right, an hour ago, right? Like, unless she knows what Aiden did throwing Lauren out like trash, why would she specifically come to me and say, "Where's Lauren? I want to talk to her," right? So in my mind, it made sense that she already knew, right? And at this point, I think Aiden had walked away, like, I don't know, to get something or something like that. And I can't even remember, like he went to go get something. He said he would be right back. He went to go get something. And so she's like, and I said to her, I said, "She's not coming." I said, "Why would she want to come?" I said, "Not for nothing, Lindsay, but she just found out that you existed an hour ago. I wouldn't want to come either." And I made the mistake of, again, assuming, just like I think most of you would have assumed at that point, that she knew, and she didn't. And Lindsay was like, "Wait, what? What do you mean she only knew that I existed an hour ago? Like, what do you mean? I thought they were just friends." And I'm like, oh God, dude, like cat's out of the fucking bag, right? Like cat's out of the fucking bag at this point, right? Like, hey, here's the thing. Aiden was not my friend. He's an acquaintance. Someone else was covering the same case as me. We were not friends. We didn't fucking talk on a daily basis. He didn't know a goddamn thing about my life. It is not my job to lie for that man. If you're doing shady shit behind people's back, you're cheating on your wife, you're cheating on 3 other women. Now, mind you, I am telling you about 2 women. Then you have to remember he has a wife at home. That's number 3. And then I find out 2 days later that Kara exists, right? So that's 4 women. 4 that he's lying to at this point, okay? And it's not my job to lie for him. It's not. I wasn't asked to. Okay, let's make that clear. Nobody asked me to lie for him, but I wasn't going to anyway. And 2, it's not like I told him on purpose and was like, "He's just a shitbag." Like, it came out on accident, and I was like, you know what? There's no lying about it now. Like, whatever. Like, she's gonna know now. Now she knows. So it's like, it's not my fucking problem, dude. It's not my goddamn problem. Here's an idea: don't do shady shit and cheat on people if you don't want people to know about it. Just say, don't be a shitbag. You won't have a problem. That's just good advice, right? But of course, because he's Aiden, he cannot have any accountability for anyone but himself. And so in that moment, he had to blame everyone but himself. And that meant that guess who is public enemy number 1? This gal right here. And so instead of actually telling his audience what happened, people kept asking, "Well, what happened? What was so bad? We don't understand why you're just attacking her out of the blue like that. What was so bad that she did, Aiden?" And of course, he made up 15 other excuses about why. "Oh, she streamed during the Halloween party. It was a fundraiser event. How dare she make any money during that fundraising event?" Roll eye. Now, what people didn't know, but I did know at that time, when that came out of his mouth, Aiden himself had pretended. Now, mind you, I've never pretended, right? If I'm streaming and people send a Cash App or a Venmo or whatever, like, I guess, yes, you can say it's making money, right? It's not a lot, but it's making money. Sure. I didn't stream it for that purpose. The purpose was to stream it for people who are out of state and couldn't be there, right? Who wanted to see and be a part of it. That was the whole point. Nonetheless, I'm still working, right? If I'm not there just having a good time, right, then I'm showing everyone else and I'm doing this like for other people, like then I'm working. It's not for me, right? So nonetheless, he says something to the effect of that, but he seems to forget that he did the Star Drive-In event, claimed it was a charity event and that he was donating his time. Problem with that is Aiden left there with a $1,500 check that night. Okay? For being there 3 hours. 3 hours. He left with $1,500. Unbeknownst to everyone else who was like, yep, charity event. I'm such a good person. I did this for charity. I'm such a good guy. Meanwhile, putting a $1,500 check in his pocket. So, I'm dead serious. So, he had to come up with reasons about why I was bad, right? Like he had to. Yeah, this morning, Freeze. This post is this morning. So he had to come up with other reasons. And when people kept questioning him and they're like, but that doesn't make sense, Aiden. Why all of a sudden are you attacking her? I remember him saying something along the lines of, well, she did something and it's personal. It's so personal. Personal. Aiden, why don't you just tell your audience the truth? You got caught cheating on multiple women and I'm the bad guy because I didn't like her. It's really, really that simple. It just boils down to that, right? They had no problem with me, even that night. As I was leaving that fucking event and getting into someone's truck who was the sober driver for us that night, as I was leaving, as I was literally waiting to get into the truck, I hear him yell from across the parking lot, putting something in his car. He goes, hey, and I look over and he goes, I'm gonna come on your show. And I just waved to him, right? And I left and I get a phone call from him. 30 minutes later, I'm in a Chinese food restaurant at this point. We're having a couple drinks after the party's over. Before we go to our hotel, which is kind of in the same area, parking lot-ish, and we're in this Chinese food place, and he's calling me on Facebook. He's calling me. I pick up the phone, and I can't hear anything, right? Bad connection or whatever. So I pick it up again. I go outside. I'm like, what? Hello? Still not connecting. For the third time, I pick it up, and I'm like, what's up? What's going on? What did you say to her? I go, what do you mean, what did I say to her? Like, first of all, she's right there. Like, why don't you ask her what the fuck happened, right? So what was funny is afterwards he tried to spin this narrative that Lindsay didn't even know who I was. She did not approach me first. She did not ask me a question. All of that is a lie, and Aiden knew it because Lindsay must have told him at some point, right? Like, yeah, I did know who she was. I watched her show. The first thing I said to her was something about her show, right? Like, but he had to spin some narrative. Right? He had to. He absolutely fucking had to. Because if he didn't, right, then people would see it for what it was. He's just mad because he didn't get away with something, right? He's throwing a tantrum. Funniest part about it is the very first thing that I said when he started attacking me on my show that night was, I am not going to respond to an adult tantrum. And again, this was way back in 2023. That's the first thing. So I'm not going to respond to a fucking adult tantrum. Because ultimately, when it boils down to it, it's what it was, right? I still have the messages that went back and forth between me and Aiden on Facebook Messenger. He's never shown those. Why? Possibly because it makes me look like a level-headed person and him like a psychopath. Maybe, just maybe that's why he's never shared them. That was 2023, guys. Here we have him doing the same things over and over and over. People like Larry here, okay, just jump on that bandwagon. Because if they can create a little bit of drama, but be on the side of the turtle, then the turtle might say their name and send some minions over for subscribers and money. And Larry's a lawyer, so people could argue like, oh, he doesn't need money. He doesn't need it. It's not about needing. It's about wanting. It's a greed thing, right? He wants to be a bigger channel. He wants to make more money. It's not about the fact that he needs it. He doesn't need it. He wants it, right? There's a difference. So this is Larry's ridiculous tweet, okay? And again, these are the people that Larry is jumped into bed with and has been since the Karen Reed trial, which is, he needed to be on the side of Aiden for the minions, the subscribers, and to grow the channel, right? Then after I read this tweet, I'll give you a little fucking tea on all of this, right? So here's the tweet. So I've been hearing over the last few days, again, this is what he said, not what the fuck I said. So don't mix my words with what Larry the Clown show said, all right? He said, so I've been hearing over the last few days that Lawfaria, which is Nan Gallagher, was allegedly offered a court TV contract and she allegedly turned them down. Well, allegedly, Larry, that is actually true. That is actually true, Larry. So you can keep throwing the word allegedly in there, sir, but that's a true thing. That happened. That's a real thing there, bud. So Larry goes on to say, there is no way that is true. Here's why. Yeah, sorry, Larry. Unfortunately for you, sir, it is true. It's 1,000% true. I'm sorry that you're upset about it. And once again, you make yourself look like a clown. Thank you, Sparkly. Right now, there's only 5 things on the Amazon wish list. So I'm sorry if it's lax. If it's you want different like price points of like other things, just I'll send you the old one, which has all sorts of different things at different price points on it. But a wise woman told me to put the 5 most important things that I need for the house on it at a time. And when one thing comes off, then you put another thing on and so on and so forth. So that's what I've been doing with that one. But we do have the old one that has like a whole, list of price points and different things. And, and I'm going to talk about this, Isle of Shoals, all of that stuff in a little bit. After I go over some of this Larry stuff, I am going to talk about a little bit of what happened yesterday with him and why he behaved in the way that he did, so on and so forth. Yeah, he's not a good dude. It's really that simple, Yeah, well, he thought that Jabril was gone, but he wasn't, Hello, Leah. I love you. Not all consumers assume that law tubers are attorneys. No, not all of them, but a good chunk of people do just assume, right? Like, and that's a problem. It's a problem, That's right. You should never underestimate anyone, first of all. But I 100% agree with you, Freeze. 100%. I know, girl. Listen, don't remind me. Maybe it's a Friday the 13th only for the sewage drill. Well, that's all he knows how to do is speak gibberish, Well, I will tell you why, Nina. Once I get through, I will tell you why he's doing it out of the blue. I don't blame you. Sometimes I got to take a break from it myself, my friend. Not only is it old news, but it actually happened. It's a real thing. Yeah, he is friendly with the turtle. So yeah, he did this one this morning. Some of us are. There are some people who are social media figures, are friends in real life. I guess it just depends on whether you're a fucking shitty human or not. So it seems to me that a lot of these shitty human beings stick together like glue until one of them fishes out of the other one's pocket, until one makes more than the other off their own viewers or something, and then all shit goes to hell, until Aiden plays a me game and he plays this jealousy weird shit, and then he goes after someone, and then someone else who's friends with them either takes his side or their side. Usually they take Aiden's side so that they don't get bashed into oblivion, only just to be bashed later on. So, again, we can predict all of these things. All of these things. Yeah, man-child tantrum, exactly. Right? You can just get it from me. Who needs X, right? Fuck it. Oh, yeah, absolutely going to piss them off. Oh, thank you, Sparkly. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much. Listen, it's few and far between when people do it, and so I appreciate when it happens. I need to get a damn carpet for underneath this thing because I keep rolling backwards because the chair's new. Because New Hampshire Birkenstock got me this chair because mine, just over here, never mind the fact the thing was like 6 or so years old, but it doesn't go up anymore. That mechanism is broken. And to be fair, this one is so comfortable. I'm not even gonna lie. It has actual like padding here and on the armrests and on the back. It is so comfortable. My butt isn't numb. It's amazing. It is amazing. I love it. It's comfortable. I just want to keep it from rolling backwards like it does. I gotta get like at least a 5 foot or a 6 foot like circle or square rug to put underneath it, so I'm not always flying backwards while I'm trying to stream. All right, so let's see. Let's just try to read this, get through it. Unfortunately, it's like hard for me to do because there's so many things that he said there. There's bold-faced lies that I have to stop and be like, okay, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. I can't, All right. He said, again, these are Larry the Clown's words, not mine. Yeah, listen, there's a lot. Thank you, Magic. I am enjoying it, and I'm extremely grateful that New Hampshire Birkenstock was so kind to gift me this chair, and Amy was so kind to give me the bed, and Nina was kind enough to give me my wonderful over the toilet shelf that I now have towels on. Whoop whoop, Nina! Now I don't have to go to a closet all the way in my bedroom just to get a towel for a shower. I love it. Thank you so much. And yes, it is pink, in case any of you were wondering and didn't see it. It is pink. And Marcia got me this beautiful thing that says coffee on it, and yes, it's also pink, and I got to take a picture of it for you guys because it's over in my coffee nook right now with my Keurig. It's probably the most items I've gotten in one time period. Usually it's like one thing every month or 2 or 3. Maybe I might get something 1 month and then not see another thing for another 3 months. So it was an explosion of a few items, and I appreciate all of you guys. Larry the DUI guy. You don't remember Larry the DUI guy? Remember that guy? Yeah, that's the guy. Larry the DUI guy. That's that clown. You have to remember who he is. He jumped on the Karen Reed grift with the turtle because, he's Larry the DUI guy. So currently, this is hold on. I'll give you guys that. Yeah, he's the DUI lawyer from Kentucky. He's from Kentucky originally. So I'll show you guys. Hold on. You'll see he's got some really cheesy commercials. Like, I'm literally not kidding. Like, his commercials are extremely cheesy as fuck. I'm Larry the DUI guy. Like, I mean, peak corniness. Like, peak corniness. This clown, this guy, yeah. Aw, I love you. You draw the line at me, I'll take it, my friend. But yeah, this is Larry the DUI guy. We might have taken this picture here and just clowned him up a bit. We needed to put him in the clown parade. So he did. Oh my God, what a money grab. Larry has a history of drama within law too. Well, thank you for that, Values Girl. I don't know what his history was before he jumped on the grift here, but I know from where he jumped on the grift here on. I don't know. Does anybody know why Aiden made his morning garbage live for members only? I'm guessing it's a money grab because he's lost money, because he's lost viewership. I don't watch him either, but to me, that sounds just like a straight money grab. It's just a way to grab more money. I don't usually do members only lives, A, because I don't have enough members, but B, it would exclude a lot of people because I don't have enough members. Once I have enough members to do that, then of course I'm going to be doing members only lives, but that's, in the future when I'm a little larger, He does members only on Fridays. That's so fucking weird. Jabril asking if you blocked him from the chat, or is it a glitch? It must be a glitch. I've never blocked Jabril, ever. I follow him, I think. I'm pretty sure I follow Jabril. Oh, you know what? Ask him. You mean from my chat here on YouTube? It could have been from like a long time ago. If he ever popped in here, like back when Free Karen Reed and Anti-Free Karen Reed were like clashing, it might have been from forever ago. Ask him to give me his @ so that I can look. If it's not on there, I have another way to fix it because there are glitches. And for some reason lately, I have not been able to see other people's comments. So there's a couple people like Pool Girl, Swim Girl, something like that. And I couldn't see any of her comments. She was commenting in my chat, and I could not see a single one of her comments. We had a couple problems like that in the last 2 days. Hey, Marcia. Jabril, if you're listening, my friend, I would love to hear. Oh, that's right. Is it that though on Twitter? Because I need it on YouTube. Sometimes people's YouTube names are different than what they have on, like social media. And I want to make sure that if it is blocked, that we change it. But it might just be part of the glitch that we've been dealing with multiple channels recently. Because I'd love to hear from Jabril because, we give him plenty of support yesterday, and we're going to talk more about that, those shenanigans in a little bit. I'm looking right now just to see real quick if community moderation, users, hidden users. it might have, I feel like it would have had to have been from like forever, right? For April. It should have, like, I feel like if it was that way, it would have had to have been from a really long time ago, unless it's ask him if he can comment or not. If he can't comment at all, then yeah, he'd probably be blocked. But if he can comment, now I'm just not seeing it. I'm guessing that it's got to be the thing that we've been dealing with other people. So if that's also, I mean, I did announce that like a couple days ago that if I'm not seeing your comments, like I'm not pulling them up on the screen, I'm not responding to them accurately, or I don't see them, it's because I don't see them. So point it out to someone else in the chat, and usually they can either send them to me so that I can comment on them or whatever. Because I don't like leaving people out, especially when they think I'm ignoring them. I would never just ignore someone and just let them keep talking in chat. If I'm ignoring it, it's probably because you were a troll and it would have bounced you out. You wouldn't just be able to keep talking. So I don't get it. You can't comment? What the fuck? What the actual fuck is going on here? I'm looking. I don't see. It's so fucking weird, dude. I don't ever remember doing that. But again, I have mods, and I had different mods before, and some of them were a little heavy on the. I mean, I haven't had that problem in a really long time. My mods have been great for a really long time now, but they used to be pretty heavy-handed. I have so many of the trolls from the cult block. It's not even funny, but I am like looking. If it's here, I'll find it. JBrilliant90, thank you. You know what? Maybe we'll try to do it this way, right? We will add him to the approved user list, and it should pop up that way. I did this for someone else that it wasn't in my block list, and I don't know why it wasn't letting them comment. So what we did was we put them. That can't be it. It doesn't say, it's not the kind oracle, right? That's what's popping up if you put in @JBrilliant90. No, it was definitely not you. It wasn't you or Jesse or any of my mods that I've had for a while. Is that spelled right, Nina? I need like tell him to go to the profile of his YouTube, and then copy and paste the address at the top of his, like in your search bar. That's what I need to be able to like instant look it up and remove it and put it on the approved, because just looking it up at ads not pulling it. Hey, my friend. If he sends that to me, even on X, I can pop it in right now while I have it opened. So weird to me that he can't. He might not be able to send me a message either, so I'll send him one. I'm going to send you one, JBrill, right now on X. Send me go to your profile on X, on YouTube, like yours on YouTube, where it says like go to your channel, right? Click on that and then copy and paste the address that's in your search bar and send that to me so I can put that in for approved users and it pop right up. You might not be able to send me a message because I'm a paid user on X. So sometimes if you're not and someone is, you can't send them a message, but I can send a message and then he can respond. It's weird. I don't know why X does that shit. It's fucking strange. Strange shit to me. Let's see. I want to make sure that I fix it for him. Okay. I'm going to fix this, my friend. I hate that it would do it to anyone. It's the part that pisses me off. We've had issues like this before. Okay, got this. So we're gonna copy and paste. I found you on YouTube. So copy and paste this at the top. Pop it right in here. Should fix it. All right, now tell me if it works, Jay. It should now. If it didn't, then YouTube fucking sucks, but it should work now. All right. Now that we fixed that, as long as we see him pop in a chat, then it should be fixed, and we should be able to get back to the DUI clown. I see you! Hallelujah! We fixed it! We fixed it! We fixed it! We fixed it, my friend. Okay, we got it. Also, she does. She absolutely does. Total bowing to you, my friend. You have the patience of a saint, by the way, because I would have powdered my hand up and probably pimp slapped him. Not gonna lie. So you, my friend, have the patience of an angel. Okay, that little dick-nosed bitch. I don't think I would have had the patience. I can't deal with his constant gaslighting and his whole like, na na na, can't hear you, na na na. I would love your thoughts on what happened, Jay. I mean, I'm guessing you're probably at work, but if you do have a chance at any point today while we're live to pop up and tell us like your thoughts on like what was going through your mind, like we would love to hear it. Absolutely. You just let me know and I would send you a link anytime, my friend. I think there's a lot of people that were like, thank God someone is doing something. Someone is saying something. It's hard for me because I don't drive. I don't have a car. So I can't just pop into places like Lawrence. I live on the south coast of Mass, not that side, not north of Boston or anything. So it's a little more difficult for me to get places like that and pop in places where he would be and ask questions. But I got a few motherfucking questions for him. That's for damn sure. As you guys could tell, if you were listening to the space that he popped in on with Sparkly and Nina and he would not talk to me after I made him look like a buffoon because I was going to keep making him look fucking stupid at that point. I wasn't going to let him gaslight. I wasn't going to let him spin. I wasn't going to point the finger at someone else when ultimately it was his fault. I wasn't going to do any of that, I know, right? We all stand with you. We may not be as tall as you, Jay, okay? But we still stand with you. I said, and I wish you could have heard us, Jay. I popped into JFK's live just to see if there was going to be an interview, after the hearing. And I popped in right at the spot where the guys were like head to head, face to face, ready to knock each other out. And I was like, what in the hell did we just pop into here? But I was like, okay, we're going to see where this goes. We're going to, see where this goes. And you got him so many times. And all he could do was be like, nah, 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 you can't hear me. I'm going to talk over you. I'm going to narrate what's happening in my words, not what's actually happening, but what I want my audience to think is happening. And it's so fucking transparent when you see what he's doing. He's a coward. He's a whiny bitch. But I wish you could have heard us, Jay, because, I was like, you know what? I wish I could scream through the phone, and I wish that Jay could hear us. I wanted you really badly to ask him if it was wearing his emergency underwear after he shit himself, because clearly he looked like he was shitting himself. And hey, we will send that, emergency underwear for him in the same way that we will give him a banana hammock for that dick nose and cover that thing up, and some chapstick for his very chapped ass because he's so angry all the time, So, we will be happy to send the gift basket of emergency underwear, banana hammock for the dick nose, and chapstick for his chapped ass, It will be our gift from us to Sewer Turtle. Okay? It's an amazing gift, I think. So ridiculous. All he can do is try to narrate what happened. It's amazing to me that anybody buys a fucking word that comes out of his mouth at this point, To me, it's like, God, it's so transparent. So fucking transparent. what he does and how he does it. And the fact that anyone at this point still buys it is the part that's like so deeply fucking concerning, you know? It was amazing. It was amazing. We all stand with you. It was amazing. Yeah, I was over here clapping, you know, rounds of applause, my friend. That's why I said he needed emergency underwear, you know? Yeah, I did many repos back in the day. Someone I dated for a very long period of time. We're going to tow truck company. So I spent a lot of time sitting in the passenger seat of a tow truck and helping hook up cars, my friend. So believe me, we know. I have a friend who passed recently within the last, not even a year, who was very well known in that community. You have more self-control than I do. That's for sure. I love that it was directly to his face because there's nothing Aiden could do but look at the ground, shake, bounce back and forth. That's the thing, right? You could have turned water into wine and they would have complained it wasn't Merlot, He was extremely scared. He had to stand behind, Gladys, and Ethel and Karen to save him, right? The middle-aged women need to save him, Sad. He is. He's a douche flute. I agree. Also, I love douche flute. Just saying. I don't know if you're new here, Jay, or if you've been watching me for a while, but it's full disclosure that I cannot be responsible for the things that fly out of my face hole sometimes, okay? Can't do it. Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle. We have skits, where he writes in his diary. Yeah, it's called The Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle. It's very sad. He's a very sad guy, Oh, God, the James Jackson line. It's amazing to me that he brought James's name in. Like, sir, stop it. Do not confuse James trying to be cordial or civil with you months and months and months ago with the guy fucking liking you, bro. That was just a narrative he was trying to spin to stick a wedge between people. He does it all the fucking time. He'll release like really old messages of somebody saying something shitty about me, someone who doesn't know me, who was taking his word for me being a villain and me being, quote, bad because I didn't, lie for him when he couldn't keep his dick in his pants, and, coming out the side of his fucking neck. But he'll like post those when he sees that like I'm friendly with someone now, and jokes on him because people will like alert me to the fact that he posts them. I've never read a single one of them. Every time they're like, oh my God, he posted something that this person said about you, fucking, I said, what's the date? I asked him what the date is. And if it doesn't have a date or the date is like forever ago, I'm like, yeah, I don't care. I don't care what it says. Since then, that person has either apologized to me or we've been friendly. Like, I'm not going to sit there and hold grudges on people who were really brainwashed in a cult, right? Like, I'm just not. It doesn't do anybody any good. I understand what it's like to be around someone who can coercively control another human being or multiple other human beings. I had an abuser once in my life. I know exactly how that works. And I am not going to hold people responsible for that, especially if they have the balls to apologize. Like, they took accountability. I'm not going to go back to what the fuck they said 2 years ago when they were believing every word that came out of his mouth, because since we have become friendly, right? Like, I don't give a fuck what they said 2 years ago. It doesn't mean shit to me. But he thinks it will. So he posts them as some sort of gotcha, except the problem with that is normal people like me don't even bother to read it. We're just like, yeah, no one cares. So the joke is on him, Love it. Jabrill's a national treasure. Mega impressed by him and thankful. I love that. Yeah, a lot of Kool-Aid drinkers. And it's sad, Someone did have to do it. Listen, I'd have happily done it, Jabrill. I've said this a million times. I'll happily take one for the team. Happily. I just don't drive, and so it's hard. I got a, little in school. And so I obviously got to be here for when she, gets on and off the bus. And if I didn't have to be here, or, it was school vacation and there was something going on, I have been waiting for an opportunity to go to something I was already covering or already doing, so I'm not going out of my way to be in the same spot as him, because me and him, we have a conversation to have very publicly, but we have a conversation that we need to have. And if anything goes to show, right, is I tried to have that conversation on that space. And what did he do? He couldn't come up with anything better than to call me Marlboro Red. First of all, never smoked Marlboros a day in my life. They were Newports, sir. And I stopped smoking cigarettes 2 years ago. Number 3, if I'm Marlboro Red, then Willie is what we call him here, which is the Marlboro fucking cowboy, sir. So if that's all you could come up with, instead of answering any of the very important questions I had, or spinning, Meredith released this after screaming, after I said, no, Aiden, you did. You sent it to multiple people. Well, where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? Sir, the evidence has been posted. The receipts have been posted numerous times. Meredith's posted them. Other people have posted them. Like, what do you mean? Where? He thinks just screaming, where is the evidence against him when everyone's already seen it means that magically some of his minions will believe there is no evidence. That's what he believes. So he just thinks if he screams the opposite of what's actually true enough that people will believe him, because that's worked for him in the past, right? And so that's essentially like what he did. And then, so when then he said, Meredith released my phone extraction, I said, where's the evidence of that, Aiden? We're going to go by your rules that you just, implied needed to be used here in the space. Where is the evidence, sir? Where is there any evidence that Meredith released any fucking thing? There's none. There's zero. You're just saying shit. Prove it. You can't. So shut the fuck up. Like, he is so used to getting the reaction, He's not used to anyone not allowing him to be the little punk that he is. Oh my God, he was shaking so bad. I don't know if you watched yesterday's show here, Jay, or got caught up, but we even had to do a little skit on how bad it was. He's like, give me phone. In your phone, Jay, bro. I can do it too. I can do it. And you're like, why are you shaking? He's like, I'm not shaking. I'm not shaking. Try to hold it steady. Like, bro, we can all see you. Jay bro 6'2", you're like 5'2". Now, to be fair, I'm 5'4". He's probably like an inch taller than me. So I'd say I'd give him 5'5" at the tallest. Okay. I would give him 5'5". All right. That's what I will give him. I will give him no more than that. He's not much taller than me. Okay. Literally not much taller than me. He's shorter than my husband, and my husband's not 6 feet. My husband's like 5'9", 5'10". I know you did. Believe me, I've been around those people, so I know exactly. I mean, hello, I walked through probably close to 1,000 people during the Karen Reed trial, and most of them were like people who hated me because Aiden said I was a villain. And so I walked through the depths of hell. They threw water on me. They tried to say that I assaulted someone because I gave someone the finger, except we had filmed it and from 3 different angles. So, they did the whole like Tom, Hot Wheels, Lorena Jenkinson, oh my God, someone assaulted me, like the whole fake assault that never happened. And then when I told her to, she said something like on Twitter, like, oh, I'm going to go to the cops and file a report. I said, oh my God, please do. We have it from 3 different angles. I would love for you to go file a knowingly false report. And then when you do that, I'm going to happily press charges for you filing a false report. And whether you're in a fucking wheelchair or not, darling, guess what's going to happen? You're going to be arrested for filing a false report. We have it from 3 different fucking angles. Little did you know, darling. And never heard another fucking word about it after that. First, she said I assaulted her. Then she said I slapped her daughter. Then she released a video of me giving her daughter's phone the finger. And other people were like, okay, that's not an assault. That's her giving the finger. And then she tried to claim that giving the finger was assault. No, giving the finger is First Amendment protected activities, Lorena. There's a whole huge case on that. Maybe you should look into it, right? But that lady is cuckoo. And so she liked to play the whole, like, I am disabled and in a wheelchair. Okay, my daughter, also disabled, also uses her wheelchair. Also an adult, right? She's my daughter, but she's an adult. And I'll never forget what she said to me. I'll never forget. My daughter said, oh, so she's going to play that game. The whole, like, I'm disabled and I'm in a wheelchair, so you can't be mean to me, but I can be the most vile person on planet Earth from the wheelchair thing. She goes, cool, Mom, put the wheelchair in the car. I go, so put the wheelchair in the car. I go, why? She goes, we're going down there. I'm going to go play bumper cars with this bitch. I fucking died. I died. I can't. She did not just say she was going to play bumper cars in her own wheelchair with this lady. Oh my God, she did. Oh my God, she did. I can't. She fucking did. First of all, 15? Like 15? Anybody saying Jay Brill assaulted someone needs their head checked. He didn't assault anybody. If you're in his personal bubble space where he needs to put his hands up to get something out of his fucking face and your dumbass gets flopped in the face with your own fucking phone because you had it in a grown adult man's face, that's your fucking problem. And it's even more the mother's problem. Because why in the actual fuck would you be allowing a 15-year-old to get involved in a verbal argument between 2 grown-ass men? What the actual fuck is wrong with your brain cells? Those bitches are on life support. Like, what the fuck is going? No. Then you want to cry and bitch. Then there was a high five given, and then she wanted to cry when the camera was turned. Teach your children better than that, folks. Teach your fucking kids not to get involved in grown adult matters. And here's an idea. You should have removed your child from that situation. 15, still a child. So the day that she turns 18, she's a fucking child. You know? What was it, Rose? What was it? You know, it's funny you say that because when we had a lot of these discussions around suicide, which you guys know I lost my dad from, and being a survivor of SA as a child, which I am, and a lot of you are, it released some heartache from a lot of people that came forward after 30, 40, 50 years that had been holding that forever and who hadn't told a soul and were just living with it all that time. That simple discussion of having that discussion had 4 people, just to me. I don't know how many went to other creators or other even just people, but 4 very brave individuals came to me with that secret that they had been holding for so long, dude. And I am so proud of them. They are all amazing people. And I am so honored that they could share that with me. And that they're free from it being just locked inside of them, because I know what that's like. I know what to live with that is like. And so that is the kind of stuff that like makes a difference. You'll never see the sewer turtle or his minions have any sort of real conversation about those very real and raw things, right? It's too real for them. It would take too much emotion or too much actual brain cells and understanding. It would take empathy. It would take sympathy. It would take compassion, things that they do not have, right? Of course, it's for money reasons. I never do members only. It's very rare. And I tell people way ahead of time if I'm going to. So there's more than enough opportunity for people to get memberships or people to gift memberships. I give away all 10 of the ones they give me on the first of the month to make sure that people can go. Like, I do it way ahead of time. Those times are fake. They're fake, God damn it. They're not real. Oh, yeah, that one got me too. My Nana was like my mom. When she passed, I didn't really know what to do with myself. But that little statement, Jay Brill, was, I think that probably hit home for a lot of people, right? Your mom taught you everything except how to live without her. And it's so true, right? When you lose someone that you care about or love, like my dad taught me everything except how to live without him, right? And my Nana taught me everything except how to live without her. You know, you think you just assume they're going to be there, right, forever until it happens, you know, and it's unfortunate. That's right. A real man. See how that works? A real man. Yeah, he's lucky. He's definitely lucky that it wasn't me and it was you, my friend. We don't, but I mean, for me, I mean, I remember it being very dark in the beginning. You know, nobody would really speak out against him on my behalf because they were too afraid he was going to come for them if they did. And so I got some support privately, but there were way too many people who wouldn't, no one, and I mean no one back in 2023 would say a fucking peep. Even if they knew he was lying about someone, even if they knew that it would stop some people from harassing someone, they wouldn't say anything because they knew they would be next, right? And so for the last 3 years, I've watched him abuse people. I've helped his victims. I have done my part in trying to stop this. And that includes things like dealing with the companies like Alphabet, Google, aka YouTube, to get his channel shut down and the legal avenues that we can go there, and ongoingly been dealing with that, helping the victims in any possible way that I can, and trying to make the lawmakers write a bill for us that will not allow this kind of behavior in this state, at least going forward, right? Because you got to start at home. And those are what's going to make real change. And that's going to take time. But until that time comes, I am so used to dealing with his abuse at this point. To me, it's like water rolling over your body when you take a shower. If he wants to aim it at me, then that means he's not aiming it at someone else. And there is nothing he can say about me. There's nothing he can say. There's nothing he can do that he didn't already fucking do. The damage has already been done with his lies. I shouldn't have to crawl out of a heap of lies that he told, but I did, and I'm still doing it, right, in some aspects. But in the last 6 months, I have seen more movement of people actually speaking out and realizing he's a liar. I've gotten so many apologies in the last 6 months, I can't even keep track of how many, right? And I am glad to see it. I am glad that people are finally seeing it, because I feel like for a long time, I was just screaming into the void and no one was listening. Like, you just hate Turtle Boy. Nothing you say is true. And then everything that I predict comes true. And then they're like, shit, we probably should have listened. And it's like, all I wanted was for people to be aware and stay away from him so that they could not be the next victim. That's all I wanted. And it's all I still want, is for him to not be allowed to ever hurt someone and alter their lives ever again. He altered mine, right? He didn't care if he affected my income. I'm not a huge platform, right? I don't make a ton of money. I make very little, especially compared to some of the sewer crew, right? But what I have is integrity. What I have is a line that I won't fucking cross simply for a dollar sign, right? And I know when I go to sleep at night that I do the right thing, that I do the right thing every day, and that I know what my intent is. I don't need anyone else to tell me what my intent is. I know what my intent is. And I don't care what anyone else thinks, right? Because it's not relevant. It's what I think. And if I can help one person a day, stay away from him or his toxic crew so that they don't become victimized, and that's a fucking win in my book on any day. And that goes for the same, hey, J-Bugs, the same like advocacy work I've been doing for 20 years, volunteer behind closed doors. Every single person that I help, I don't get paid for that, but the look in their eyes or the shake of the hand or the hug they give you or the text message they send to say, thank you. You can feel the gratitude. There is no other feeling like helping another fucking human being you will ever get that feels better. Because you know you did something to help them that they would not have gotten help with otherwise, or they would not have been able to access otherwise, right? Which is why there's no charging for advocacy for me. The people who need my help can't afford it, right? It's just that simple. And I think we could all be better people. These are people who don't know how to be and never will be, right? They don't care about compassion or helping people or stopping toxicity or toxic people from harming other people. They don't give a fuck. They don't give an actual fuck. They care about how many more dollar signs they can get in that live stream, right? They care about box trucks on private land, while taking money from their members to sell their clothes from their closet that they haven't sent out in 6 weeks. Because instead of actually packaging them up and doing your live stream on the way to the fucking post office, instead of doing that, you're driving around pointing out that a box truck on private land should not have an advertise on it for that person's business. Because, well, you don't want to look at it. And your name's Ethel Machado. I fucking can't. And then she had the audacity to say that she didn't make money off of that. I mean, were they free, Jess? Were they free, Ethel Gladys Machado? Were they? Oh, they weren't. Oh, okay. So you made money off. I don't want to hear that, No, stop it, T-Bone. No fucking way. Jay Brill went there to support Kelsey because he's always covered those hearings. Let's be clear about this, okay? He's always covered those hearings. Aiden showed up to grift. Aiden showed up for dollar signs, okay? He's not covered this. He said it was a conflict of interest, which we all knew was a lie. It was just an excuse for him to not cover something he didn't want to cover, all right? Jay was always covering that case. Aiden showed up for his own personal bullshit to grift, right? And it was a perfect opportunity. I would have taken it as well to start asking him some goddamn questions that he might not like. I would have taken that exact opportunity as well. It presented itself. I would have taken it, Oh my God, I always say Jay Boogie has the radio voice. He needs to do movie phone back in the day. Remember movie phone? I hear Jay Boogie's voice on movie phone. I mean, it was so funny. They made a circle around him. I'm like, is this a fucking pentagram? Are we about to see some witchy ass shit, bro? Should I get a potion book out? Like, what's happening? I do have like a wand. We bippity boppity him into fucking oblivion. Like, is that what we're doing here? Like, he went for the hearing. He didn't go because he didn't know Aiden was going. Nobody did until the last minute. Aiden decided to go on his own at the last minute. He was already going before that. Yeah, exactly. It can't be different for everyone else except Aiden. That's the difference, I don't know. I have no idea. But that young girl shouldn't have been where she was. Her mother should have removed her. Right? I think she's homeschooled, Beetle, which is fine. Don't get in someone's private bubble space. A 15-year-old is more than well aware of what the fuck they're doing. She knew exactly what she was doing, and she thought it was acceptable because that is what her mother allows. you know? Right? Do you love it? Ask him if he loves it. Ask him, Ryan, if he loves it. Oh my God. It didn't even fall out of her hand or touch her. Oh my God, what a baby. Stop it. Listen, her mother needs to stop. Teach your child better, okay? I have a 16-year-old. My 16-year-old would never, ever behave like that. Not ever. Not ever. To do that to a grown adult, never mind a grown man? No, not ever. Even if I didn't like someone, she would not be openly disrespecting someone, even if I didn't like them. Grown adult, you keep your fucking mouth shut. It is none of your business. It's an adult matter. You be a kid for as long as you possibly can. And I've told all my kids, you be a child for as long as you don't need to worry about, you know, whether there's going to be groceries in the house or whether the lights are going to get you. I will worry about that. You worry about you. You don't need to worry about any adult matters. You need to worry about you, you know, because you know how you'll be on the phone with someone and the kids will like come creeping around listening to what you're saying and be like, oh my God, why did blah, 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 or do we have, no, you stop it. You're a child. You do child things. You have fun. You be a kid. I worry about adult things. You worry about child things. Until the age of 18 or until the time that you move out of my home and you're on your own after 18, you are a child, you know? Oh, of course he was criticizing her, you know, but because this one benefited him, he's not going to. See how that works, you know? I love that, don't you, Birkenstock? It's tunnel vision, yes, like Conlam said, it's tunnel vision, but it's also part of the cult. Aiden narrates. He narrates. That's what he does. He narrates. She's 15. Of course she knew, though, what she was doing. You know? She knew what she was doing. We have it from three different angles, just like I have. We have it from 3 different points of view and angles. 3. Julie got it on her camera from her angle. And you can see her putting the phone directly into his face, you know? That's true. Sometimes it's hard to teach common sense to a grown adult, too. I mean, she's homeschooled. So the mother made some post about she wants to be a lawyer, teaching her law. So I brought her here. She's homeschooled. It's like, okay, cool. Want to bring her to the case? All right. I have no problem with that inside to the case. But why did you stick around outside when all that was happening? Why didn't you take her and remove her from that situation? You know? Come on. Yeah, me too, Rando. Me too. You know, I can't. Well, see, you can't be like that, though, T-Bone, because then you'd have to say the same thing about me, right? Like, just because someone believes Karen's guilty does not mean they're a bad person, right? Like, you'd have to say the same thing about me. I mean, I'm not ever going to probably change my opinion on that case, but I have met some amazing people on both sides that I call my friends, and we can agree to disagree on that wholeheartedly, you know? I don't know if she had a poster, but she had a phone in her hand when she was doing it, you know? Yeah, he has a YouTube channel. She does, but there's also, homeschooling. She was homeschooled. She homeschools her mom, and yeah, I guess she has a YouTube channel, but I mean, what in the fuck? Yeah, I mean, you can't hit people with things, including posters. You can't do that. You can't put it in their face so it hits them, you know? Oh yeah, that's right. He was mad because she took if she had any sense, then she would, of course, want to pick Hank's brain. He was Whitey's attorney, right? Like, anybody with a brain wants to pick his legal brain, you know? Like, come on, stop it. He's a lawyer. You'd want to pick his legal brain. Doesn't matter if you liked him in the Karen retrial or not. Come on, you know? Well, that's the truth, T-Bone. I'm sorry. You know, it's the truth. You know, we don't have to agree to disagree. You know, we can say, you know what, we don't agree on that simple case. It's that narrow-minded thinking of, well, if somebody thinks Karen was guilty of the crime, that means they must be a horrible person, and I could never have a conversation with them. Well, you didn't know that I was until right now, and you have no problem conversating with me, right? That goes to show that is a brainwashed mantra from the cult leader himself. You know, yeah, the mother's quite a turtle writer. But see, that makes me sad here. Why? Because my opinion is different. You're going to find that everywhere. You're going to find that everywhere. People in your family, people that you love are going to disagree with you on things. Politics, religion, your favorite color, what they like for food. Are you disappointed in them? Are you upset about that? Then this shouldn't upset you. It's not about what my opinion is on that case. It's about who I am as a person, right? It's about who I am as a person. Am I a decent enough person that you would spend your time in my chat? And if the answer is yes, then there's nothing to be disappointed about. You know, I agree with you, Rhiannon. I do think it's about self-worth as well, because again, if it benefits him, he has no problem whatsoever criticizing them. And if it benefits him, he'll pretend he likes them. If it benefits him in that moment, he'll change it day by day. Like people change their fucking underwear, you know, like it's really that simple. Oh my God, Nina, I said the same thing. I said, run, Kelsey, run, you know? Yes, Jabril, exactly. Exactly. When you're trying to expose corruption, if you're not exposing him with it, then you're not exposing corruption. He is the corruption. He's part of the problem. Do you know how many false reports he's made to the police? Do you know how many fake pieces of evidence he's submitted to the police and then to the courts to try to get a false or fake charge or order against someone? I'll tell you, it's more than half a dozen times. Closer to a dozen that I know of. That's a huge problem. That's a huge, huge problem. That's called corruption, folks. When you're actively hiding your bad and illegal behavior and you're smearing other people to try to take the blame for you because you cannot be honest with yourself or anyone else or take any accountability for anything ever, you're the corruption. Aiden is the corruption. And the people that cheer him on and clap like seals are part of the problem, not part of the solution. You know? That's just truth, you know? Right? Insta-karma is a real thing, you know? Unfortunately, we don't usually see that with him, but Insta-karma is an absolutely a thing. You know, I fully believe that the karma train has been running towards him for a long time. For a long, long time, you know? It literally is, you know? Yeah, the outrage is disingenuous, you know? But that's the thing. If you can watch what you can watch, you saw what I saw, what pretty much anyone else, these people have to be told what they saw. They need Aiden to narrate his twisted version of events. And they then have to, box truck or post office. Like, come on, man. They then have to be told. They have to be told what Aiden told them it was. And then you'll watch as within minutes of him doing it, they are all over Twitter, Facebook, repeating the exact same fucking thing he said. The exact same goddamn thing he fucking said. You know? Why is it so hard to just take accountability? If something's wrong, you said something wrong, just correct it. Right? If you find out it's wrong later, but okay, I can correct this. Like, hey, you guys, I said something the other day on the show and it was this, this, and this, and I just found out that I thought it was correct, but it wasn't. You know, we're not perfect. Everyone makes mistakes. That is a thing, right? We're perfectly imperfect as humans. That's how the world goes round, right? It's about whether you can say, this was wrong and I want to correct it, right? There are plenty of people who have said some shitty things about me or didn't know me that I have then heard from later on apologies from. People that some of you would never imagine from the free hear and read side, okay? And the anti-free hear and read side. I respect the fuck out of someone who can take responsibility. And if somebody comes to me to apologize, I'm going to take their apology because it takes balls. It takes fucking balls. You know? It seriously takes balls to be like, you know what? I said some really shitty things about you, and I'm sorry. I was in a cult. And this is usually how they go. I was in a cult. Now I can actually realize and actually say out loud that I was in a cult. I can realize it was a cult. You guys were right when you called it a cult. And I just believed him. I don't know why I did. I just believed him. When he said you were bad, I never even bothered to give you the time of day. And then I came to your channel and I was looking for a villain, one that I did not find. And then I realized he did the same thing to you that he had done to people way before you and long after you. It's only then they start to, you got to step away from it. When they step away from it, Like Birkenstock said, you can't unsee it. I've said it so many times, you can't unsee it. Once you see it, you cannot unsee it, you know? Oh, Ethel had some negative comment. Oh yeah, because she didn't send the shit out, you know? She's been spiraling. No, the truth. They don't know what that is. Again, liabilities. They have liabilities. Aiden has liabilities. It's, you know, you can't fix liabilities. No medication for liabilities, you know? TV streamed the video of Kelsey she wanted to have taken down and mocked her. Of course he did. You have to remember, he also tried to find her in the hallway, right? I think when he ran away from Jay Brill, when he ran away from you, Jay, he ran into the courthouse to find Bradle. You know, Harold and the Purple Crayon wasn't there, so he had to find Bradle, you know, the most ethical attorney on planet Earth. He had to go in there and find Bradle and find Kelsey so he could get a picture so he can instantly put it on Twitter. That poor girl. You're like, Kelsey, please take this picture with me. And she was like, okay. She didn't want to say no and be rude. So she just took it. And of course you can tell that she was like cornered into taking that fucking picture. And she was just being polite, you know? Poor fucking thing. Like, I would have ran away. See, I'm one of those people that's not afraid of like the cameras being there. If I was her, I'd have been like, the second he would have came near me. The second. You could see on camera when we were watching it. If you haven't seen it yet, Jay Brill, if you go to my yesterday live stream, or you even just check the hearing out yesterday, at the end of the hearing, when it's over, he walks over to her and her little circle of family and friends and starts talking, and you can see her looking out of the side of her eyes. She's kind of just like very uncomfortable with her being there, but she's trying really hard to just be polite. And at one point she then turns around, like sort of kind of looking at her, like for someone to help her, to get him the fuck away from her. And he's like laughing and leaning in, and he's got a, you know, finally some guy sort of stands in front of him, and he still for a minute doesn't get it, that like he's not wanted there, right? You're not wanted in the circle, bud. And it takes him a minute to like, he's looking around to see if he can get back in there, realizes he can't without looking like an idiot. And of course, then leaves, then realizes like, oh wait, I'm not wanted. This is awkward and I'm going to go. But realistically, all that was for was the camera. He wanted people to think that he's closer and friendlier with her than he actually is, you know? Oh God, she probably already got a dick pic. Let's be honest. Let's look at his history, you know? Yes, he did. That is what he has always done with the case, you know? Again, you have more patience than me, my friend. You have the patience of a fucking saint, Brill. You do. I don't think it was unnecessary. I think it was absolutely 100% necessary to ask him the same kind of questions he asks anyone else. Oh, hey, girl. I'm getting to it, I promise. I got off track. I was trying to fix the thing that was like blocking Jay from being able to comment. So I apologize, but I'll get back to the tea on Larry in a second. He was asking questions, you know, and he had been covering that case for quite some time now. Not new, you know. Aww. I'll read this real quick. It's so nice. It's a donation. It's $50, which is super nice, and says, I can't get off your wish list as I'm in the UK, so please put this towards something. Thank you, Valleys girl. I appreciate that very much. That was very kind of you. Thank you. Aw, that was so nice. Thank you. If you guys want to support the channel, of course, you know how. We have a link over there in the chat you can click on. I'm not good at remembering to tell you guys this in the beginning. You're really supposed to within the first like 10 or 20 minutes of a stream, but I'm so bad at that because I just want to get down to like what we're going to talk about. But I'll do it now since I forgot. But there's a link over in the chat you can click on, and you can use any credit or debit card. And it's connected to my PayPal, but it is a secure link. You can use any credit or debit. You can leave any amount you want. You can write any comments you want. I don't read anybody's real names on any of them. We obviously have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We have Chime and Revolut for those of you out of country. PayPal also works for those of you out of country. We do have an Amazon wish list. All of that stuff as well as in the description of the video. Then we have memberships and super chats and super stickers and gifting memberships. And we lowered our membership. We have a smaller tier for $2.99 that we have there in you. And I appreciate any and all support from all of you. We are an independent channel, and to grow, we need all of your help. And so we appreciate any and all support, and that includes just being here. Just commenting in this chat makes it so the algorithm realizes that there are people engaged, there are people watching, there are people hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. And I appreciate every single time any of you guys do that. It is a big, big help to the channel itself, and I couldn't do it without any of you. You'll never find, I feel like thank you is never enough to any of you, just simply for being here with me when I do my shows every day. I missed you guys so much when I was gone for that 2 weeks for the blizzard and moving. I was like, somebody messaged me and was like, or put a comment on the thing and on one of my old streams. It was like, all right, when are you coming back? I'm having withdrawals. And like my brain automatically went to like, me too, girl, me too. I missed you guys, me too. You know, right? Free speech, my friends. If Aiden can do it, why can't we? You know, I don't get it. Yeah, I mean, she's been active on X, so looks like she is. I know that there's a fundraiser for Meredith right now for legal costs. I don't know if Jen pinned it. I think Jen Altman has it. I don't know if she pinned it, but she shared it. I can get it for you guys, obviously. But there is one that's done fairly well for helping her with legal costs. Yeah, I agree with you, Marilyn. I'm not a fan of a child getting involved in any of that. You know, it's making enough. Whoa, breaking news. North Andover Police Department put Justin Alain on administrative leave. So he was a firefighter, though, not a cop. But administrative leave. But I think, didn't they already say in court that he took a leave himself already? So obviously I'm going to have to confirm that news from regular media source, but thank you, Sparkly. That is the Kelsey Fitzsimmons' ex-fiance. I would have taken advantage of it too, Brill. I would have too, my friend. I don't know if you would have gotten another opportunity, you know? I don't think you would have gotten another opportunity. Hold on. I'm always getting incoming, like, why? This phone is so old. I inquired about getting a new phone and it was going to cost me $129. And I was like, well, I don't have that right this minute to spend. But when I get it, that's the first thing I'm doing when I have that extra disposable money, because this is so old, man. And it wouldn't let me switch it to the other one someone sent me. So that was out. There's just always something going on behind the scenes. And I feel like, God, I mean, without checking like my emails and like my phone, if I leave it on ring, my phone just like bothers my kids and my family. It just never shuts off, literally. So I have to keep it on like vibrate most days. Otherwise, it just be like never ending notifications, you know? Absolutely not. You know my kids, never. Do you think any of my daughters would ever do that? Never, dude. Never. Although I do think my little would be ballsy enough when she was an adult, but not, she knows better as a kid. Like, you're a kid, you don't get involved in things like that, you know? Well, that's the thing. You never know when you are going to get that opportunity again, Jay. I would have too. You know, there's a lot of us who are. We're a very big mix. I am extremely proud of the fact that my channel can have a mix of people from all over the world who believe all different things and get along with one another and not hate each other and just exist together. Like, I'm extremely proud of that part of my community, you know? Oh, I agree, Rose. You just don't do that. It's kind of common. That shouldn't even be something you have to teach. It's common sense, you know? It's common goddamn sense. And people will always have different opinions on public pieces. It's totally okay. Yep. You did. You handled yourself better than I would. I'm telling you that right now. I would have happily taken one for the team, powered my motherfucking hand up, and give him a pinch smack that the world would hear. Like, ask Leah. I've said this before. All right. I would have, simply because I feel like he fucking deserves it. But you have the patience of a saint, my friend. You have the patience of a saint. I would not have had that kind of patience. A request for a Sparkly and Nina Spaces. I was so shocked he popped into that one. I don't honestly think that he knew I was there at first. I think that he sort of overlooked that I was in there because it was only like 2 minutes. Like, and then Sparkly was like, he's asking me to let in, should we let him in? I'm like, I don't know how he didn't hear that part though. And me being like, yeah, fuck it, why not? Let's do this. I think he sort of overlooked me being there. Either that or, I don't know, either that or he wasn't ready. He wasn't ready, you know? Yeah, well, I'm telling you, he's like, I mean, you know, how tall is he exactly? Because he's not much taller than me, and I'm 5'4", you know? Yeah, I heard a lot of people watch the recent trial with Hank, and I was like, you have to watch his abilities as an attorney. He's very bright, you know? Sean and me have been talking for a long time, and it's like, damn, you know, I wish some people would have come out sooner. Oh, you guys. Oh, that's so nice, you guys. Thank you. Thank you, New Hampshire dude. So who gets fun and making changes? Rhiannon, Valley's girl, Jay Boogs. Oh, I love that for you guys. I love it. I love it. LTG sends 5 more gifted memberships, and Freeze gets one, and Amber gets one from A to B does. T-Bone Amy, I love it. This time it went to mostly people that I always see, not really the bushes. I love that. He is a little man with little man syndrome. Thank you guys so much. That was so kind of you guys. Me too, Valley's girl. Me too. I know I'm really behind in these comments, so I'm going to try to speed this up. Let's see. Yeah, me too. He instigates and laughs about it. It's exactly what he does, Funland, but that's all he knows how to do, you know? Yeah, he was shaking like he was too. Are we buffering? What's happening? Hold on. I'm clicking on. Okay. It wasn't bringing the comments up. Well, I mean, a lot of the stuff I talked to Sean about all along the way, there just wasn't people who were willing to speak up at that time, you know? Of course, girl. Listen, I respect your team love that you have for your team. Do you know I'm a Patriots fan for life because I'm from here. Okay, from May, I love you. I think it does because, you know, someone had to ask him those goddamn questions. I know, right? New merch. Sean and Elise were right. Feel like I need a cookie or a parade or, you know, maybe a medal. Back in the 1700s, Aiden would be a rat for the British. Ratterall still has me laughing and dying on the floor. I'm telling you. I'm totally not joking. That's what it does every freaking goddamn time. Every goddamn time. Oh, thank you, Rose, for becoming a member. Oh, he's from Seahawk territory, Rose, your husband? That's funny. All right, let's see. I'm going to try to get to the bottom of these comments because I don't want to skip past you guys' good comments. I love being able to, watching him squirm was amazing, Kathy. His eyes on a swivel, his head dart. He's always darting around. He thinks he's going to be arrested. Aiden is all talk. Let's see. Yeah, well, there was a lot of middle-aged women, and I'm like, what the fuck? Spaces at 3, Nina said. Sparkly's hosting. He is a whole joke. Sorry, I was in a cult, my bad. No worries, because you're not in it anymore, and that's what's important, right? Not in a cult anymore, and so that's the important part, is you're not in the cult anymore, you know? Oh my God, that's hilarious. Bradle called him back in to take the picture. Shut the fuck up. I could have guessed that. Ratterall scurried away. Little guy was like a chihuahua trying to stick up for his owner. Husband calls those little ankle biters because he built and maintained pools for 10 years. And he said the dogs that would always try to bite him were the smaller dogs. Oh, yeah, that's exactly what he expects is that Kelsey's case is going to be his cash cow. I wouldn't have allowed it. But again, I think if I was Kelsey, I would have fired Bradle a long time ago. I don't think he's competent, you know? I love that Mike did that, you know, and I know that I'm just a little guy over here, but I'm manifesting big vibes for my channel. I am. I know that a lot of bigger channels are either in the cult, so they just don't mention that we exist, or aren't comfortable yet, even if we're friendly with each other, to even mention my channel. But, you know, we'll get there, you know, because we didn't agree on the Karen case. You know, they might, you know, like me, they might speak to me, but sometimes they're not comfortable because they don't want to be harassed by the cult. And I get it, dude. I can't hate on them for that. I totally understand it. I get it. You know, it is what it is, but I can at least say that I built this shit brick by brick, no matter how long it takes me, brick by brick, person by person, all on my own. I didn't get a boost. I did it alone, you know? Well, that's the other thing. People don't want to make him an enemy because they're afraid of what's going to happen, you know? But I don't think they did because it was kind of off camera. It was a video. I don't think it was a picture. The whole thing was a video. And to be fair, she gave a high five first. She only started crying when someone turned and was like, she just gave a high five. Then it was the crying. So it's like, yeah, she's a kid. Yeah, it's like, you know, it's a touchy subject there, but like the subject really isn't the kid itself as it is, why is the parent bringing the child there? And why didn't the parent take the child to that scenario instead of allowing the child to get involved in an adult matter that had nothing to do with her? That was just not smart, you know, not even a little. Like, don't fucking engage with adult shit, you know? So, I mean, Bradel is morally bankrupt himself, in my opinion. You're never interrupting me, my friend. Don't you worry. Don't apologize. Listen, I get interruptions all the time. I go off the rails all the time. We just have little, you know, cuts in and out of things. You know why? Because I'm happy to engage with my audience, and I absolutely love doing it. It's one of my favorite things to do is go over what people have to say. Why? Because a lot of people make really good points, and I like to highlight my audience themselves. Like, I like to interact with them. I like to let them know they're seen and they're appreciated. And it's one of my favorite parts of my show is interacting with my audience, you know? Oh my God, imagine it's coming. You know it's coming. He's going to try to take credit for something. You know, Aiden's court date is on the 27th. It's the same day Kelsey's next date is. So he all raised his hand in court, I kid you not, to try to tell Bradel, like, oh, no, you can't do it on the 27th. My hearing's that day. So I don't know what Bradel's going to do. If he's going to reschedule Kelsey's hearing or if he's going to attempt to reschedule Aiden's. I will tell you this much. The judge that they have is not going to allow Bradel to reschedule Aiden's for the Kelsey thing. That guy is done with having it be put off. So, you know, I would love to see what's going to happen in that scenario. Aw, thank you, Kathy. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Aw, I love that. Yeah, she's on X. She's still there. Girl, listen, it's just a little bit of bronzer and that's it. My skin sucks. You guys can see all the redness. If I didn't have the little bit of a filter on to get rid of the redness, it'd be really red. Like, I have rosacea, but I also have psoriasis. So my skin is so dry and so red, especially in this zone here, the T zones, you know, in these sort of zones here is the rosacea and the psoriasis. So just a little highlighter and just a little bronzer. That's it. That's all I did. A little concealer, then a little highlighter, then a little bronzer, then a little filter to get rid of some of this redness. All it does is smooth out your skin appearance from the redness. It sort of like turns down the red a little bit. Thank God. All right. Oh, I do welcome everyone. As long as everybody is kind to one another, I welcome anyone because it doesn't matter to me what you think or don't think in a case. That doesn't affect our lives. I had to sort of learn along the way, and a wise woman, some wise friend of mine, a really close, beloved, amazing friend of mine that I love dearly, was having a talk with me on the phone one day and made me realize that, you know what, sometimes just having conversations with people solves the problem. Just having a good old adult conversation, you know? And I started to realize, like, what is the point of all of this? We don't have to agree on a case, but like, do we need to hate each other and tear each other down and shit on each other because the turtle thinks it's funny? Because that's what he wants. That's what he wants because that's how he makes his money, you know? So, oh, absolutely. It's completely different from that lacrosse game. But I am glad that Gabriel pointed that out. I was like, you can go to lacrosse games, bud, but we can't come ask you questions in front of a public courthouse? Come on, guy. You know? Well, he looks around like a meth head because he even does that at home. He looks behind him. He cannot look at anyone's actual face. Even if you saw you in public and you walked up and you were like, oh my God, it's Turtle Boy. Oh my God, can I have an autograph? Oh my God, I see you on social media, blah, blah. If you walked up to him and tried a conversation with him, even for like a quick 3-minute conversation, he'll look at you at first to shake your hand or whatever. The second you start talking, he's looking behind you, next to you, around. He cannot look you in the face because he's looking to see most of the time if anybody else sees him. if there's any other reactions. He's looking for other people's, he needs to be validated. He needs attention. And he's also looking for the Silverados. He knows he's committed a bunch of crimes that he hasn't been charged with yet, and he knows there's a lot of shit in his phone that can prove it. So it's only a matter of time at this point. TikTok, bitch. So it's only a matter of fucking time before he probably gets charged with quite a few other things. And so he knows that eventually they're just going to pull up one day and arrest his ass. And so every day he is looking for that to happen. He doesn't know when or how, but he knows it's going to happen, you know? Knows it's going to happen. And that sucks for him. But here's an idea, Aiden. If you just tell the truth, you don't have to worry about saving your lies or remembering them, because the truth, it never fucking changes. I mean, yeah, definitely props to Brandy for calling him out. I wish that people had done it sooner. You know, I really do. I really wish that people would have done it sooner, or at least they would have listened to me sooner. I really wish that would have happened. But I'm still glad that people are now. You know, I'm still glad that people are now, because had they not, a lot more people would have been hurt. And I'm trying to prevent that. I am trying to stop that. I am trying. I know you do. I look for your name every time and I'm like, when's Jesse going to get one? When's Jesse going to get one? And it doesn't let you choose. That's what pisses me off, is when people give memberships, even if you're buying them, it doesn't let you choose who they go to. It should allow you to choose who they go to. And I think that's probably to keep it from being like, you know, you don't pick your favorites or whatever. But even me as a channel owner, they give me 10 a month to give away. I see a lot of creators don't give them away because it's 10 people they're losing money from if they do give them away. But to me, it's more important that people get the memberships than the, you know, this, I think it's $3 for the lowest tier, and YouTube takes a cut of that. So you're not seeing much from memberships anyway. So it's like, why not give them to people so they can have them? Why hold them back? You know, they give you 10 a month. Why not give them away? And I can't even choose who they go to. It's automatic. YouTube chooses based on who's subscribed. That's it. I think the only criteria is, are you subscribed? Sometimes it does it when you're watching. I've gotten gifted a membership the other day from someone's channel I forgot I was even subscribed to, and I wasn't in the chat. I wasn't even there, you know, and I just got the email like, you have been gifted a membership. And I was like, oh, sweet, you know, sweet. Oh, you guys are so welcome. And thank you to the people who bought them. I appreciate you guys. Shit, now I need to go buy a scratch ticket, right? I haven't bought a scratch ticket in so long. I always talk about winning the lottery, but I guess you would have to actually play the lottery to win the lottery, right? Never say never, Jess. All right, let's see. Oh my God, Freebird forever. Shut the heck up. OMG. That was so nice of you. Let's see who gets them. That's a lot of memberships. Thank you so much. Hey, Holly, we got the curtains up because of you, lady. Thank you. LTG gets one. Jane gets one. Red. Ford. Now we're shaking some bushes here. Beer Den. Nance Life. Cannon Fodder. Veronica. Bam Bam Crime. Cherish. Alicia. Melissa. Roxy. Mindy. Dietrich Blackwell. Paul Cristoforo. Interesting. I did not know he was subscribed. Shay's mom, SK Moore, Hamper Mom, Yuto, Tanya Esposito. Oh, that was so nice. That was so nice, Freebird. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Aw. Definitely hit that like button. I appreciate that. And of course, you guys know how to support the channel if you want. Memberships are a great way to give to other people as well. That's why I love memberships so much. When people gift them, I don't really make much off of them, but it's like spreading the love out, you know, to other people. And I love that. I'm more power to like everyone, you know, I love it. Oh yeah, a paid admission for the shaking. I feel like he's just perpetually nervous, you know? Well, that's okay. I think once you're gifted one, it asks you at the end of the month if you want to like keep being a member and pay for it, but every month you have to renew it. So you might have just like missed the email when I think you were at one point, Rose. I believe you were. 5'6". Okay. He's only 5'6". I know he's not much taller than me, and I know he's shorter than my husband. So you sure it's Grant's ex and not someone pretending to be Grant, Peggy? And I'm guessing that's probably something old, but they should have done that a long time ago, to be honest. You know? Aw, I love that. Everybody's saying thank you. Did he say your name again? Oh my God, he fucking can't help it. He loves you. And like, he'll never admit that he's still obsessed with you, but we all know that that's what it is. Like a toy chihuahua barking at me from a tiny purse. Taylor Swift. I love it. Well, that's true. He can't milk it for too long, Rhiannon. If it's supposed to go to trial start on the 23rd with jury selection. So that's all right. I am getting to the tea about Larry. Hold on. Oh, poor Jesse never gets the goddamn one. Looks like you did now. You got that little badge there, my friend. All right, let's see. You are getting Larry tea. I'm sorry. You just saw my banana hammock tweet. You like that? That's what we're going to get him, a banana hammock to cover that dick nose of his. Just saying. Does Bradle? Of course Bradle sees all the things that he does, but he also lies to his attorney, you know? I'm gonna. Oh, hey, Mandalind. Yep, Kelsey's on the 27th. They're both on the 27th. The 23rd is okay, yeah, Kelsey's her trial is supposed to be the 23rd. But maybe it was the 23rd that they said, and not the 27th. But one of the days was the exact same as Aiden's. And so he was like raising his hand in the thing. So tell Bradle, like, you can't take that date, but he did. So he'll show up on Zoom from his car and go a break, you know? I don't know how old he is. That's a good question. Oh, thank you so much, Sparkly. I will love it. No matter what it is, I will love it. I think people wanted to hear about what happened yesterday too. So it didn't really matter, Jay, which way I talked about it, whether it was Larry first or Larry second, but because we were going to talk about this anyway. So believe me when I say you're not really interrupting, because we were going to talk about it one way or another. So I'm actually glad you popped in, because we were going to do it. It didn't matter. Yeah, that's the other thing. I have baseboard heat, as you can see, old ass baseboard heat, and that definitely did not help. That's for freaking sure. I'll tell you that much. It was my wise friend Leah that told me that. She's here, obviously, but that was who the wise friend was. That's why I put her comment up when I said it. That was my wise friend. I think it's the 31st, I believe. That's what I heard. I've not been able to confirm, or I don't know, but I think it's the 31st. I thought someone say. Yeah, it was a photo op, of course. Of course it was. Okay. Oh, look at him. Don't even acknowledge him. He's a creep. He is a creep. Aiden is a very big creep. He did want the selfie. Let's get real. He cornered her into that. He would, you'd think that if anyone would stop committing criminal acts. I don't think he knows how. Everybody brings their own conspiracy theories to the space. That's amazing. I love that. Money Mike posted 15 minutes ago that Justin got placed on a paid administrative leave. Yeah, I could have sworn to God, though, I heard them say in court yesterday that he already was on a leave and they weren't going to be allowed to talk about it during the trial. Like that was going to be something they weren't going to be allowed to talk about it, but that he was already on a leave. But I guess you can be placed on an administrative leave while you're already on a leave, you know? Hey, girl. You got shadow banned? Oh God, I hate when social media shadow bans people. Yeah, most people don't really know who he is, and I agree with Mama Sadie, he's just a punk, you know? I know. It is I've never had it rain memberships like that in here. That's amazing. You guys are amazing. I appreciate that. Right? Did Aiden get one under his sock accounts? It's possible. Aiden, did you get one under your sock accounts? You know what pisses him off so much is channels like mine that oppose him, like JFK. When we get super chats or donations that we read, memberships, super stickers, he fucking loses it. I'll get screenshots of people who he thinks are his friends in his group chats or in his chats, and he will be fucking raging at, well, JFK got 30 super chats in the first hour, or one time I got a very large donation, and he was pissed off about that, and it's like, why are you checking my pockets, dude? You know, like, why are you checking my fucking pockets, dude? My pockets are empty, so I don't even know why you're checking mine. But like, what? Like, weird, bro, weird. But he gets very angry, you know? He gets very fucking angry. And it's like, why? Like, why does that matter? You know? I love my chat. I do. I love it so much. I missed you guys so much. And today's a Friday, so I love, we got the shining our light and love on a Friday, you know? I also hope that she gets to see her kid soon, even if that has to be, you know, supervised. It's just, you know. Oh shit, I didn't send it. No, my bad. Send it to me again because I forgot. That's my bad. Sorry, I had a lot going on. My sister lost her mucus plug this morning, so she very well might be giving birth this weekend. It's her third child, so it's not likely that it'll be another week or two, and she's in week 38 of that pregnancy. So we can bet that I will have a new nephew in the next couple of days for sure. And so I cannot wait to share that news with you guys when my little nephew arrives in this world. But since she lost her mucus plug this morning, I'm going to bet it's going to happen over the weekend. If it doesn't happen late tonight, I guarantee you she'll go into labor this weekend. You know? Oh, you mean Ethel Gladys Machado? That's her name now. It's Ethel Gladys Machado. Those are still happening, Mamacita. New Jersey just keeps pushing back his dates. And so he's got one at the end of March and one in the beginning of April, I believe. Or sorry, maybe now they're both at the beginning of April. But they're still happening. He still has those dates coming. Yeah, I agree. They're no better than him. Any self-respecting attorney would have already dropped him. It has not aged well. His nose itself aged about 10 years in the last 6 months. Just saying. He's got dozens, and I mean dozens and dozens of fake accounts, and then he has minions that have dozens and dozens of fake accounts. Oh, absolutely. I've said it. There is no doubt in my mind that Mega Motion will be denied. That fucking Mega Motion is a circus. Okay, number one. Number two, you put fake medical conditions in that fucking circus of a Mega Motion. Also, it could have been half as long if Betterow didn't use Harold and his purple crayon and keep repeating the same thing sort of over and over and over. 90% of it is innuendo. 10% of it is a legal argument. There is no doubt in my mind that he might even get yelled at by the judge for trying to play fuck and using it as some sort of like public facing, bullet point of what the public should think about it, because none of it is relevant to anything that has to do with Aiden's case other than Betterow going, these people are bad, Kate Peters bad, everybody's out to get Aiden Kearney, everybody has got turtle boy derangement syndrome, Your Honor. This is what, diary of a wimpy sewer turtle. We're so upset. Take my Mega Motion seriously, or I'll write it in another purple crayon. Like, no, bro, it's not a serious motion. Not by any stretch of the imagination, and no self-respecting attorney would put a fake medical condition called turtle boy derangement syndrome in a actual fucking motion that's going to the court. That is so out of pocket, it's not even funny, okay? That's just crazy. It's fucking crazy. It's absolutely bonkers to me. Okay. I'm scrolling. The Eagle Tribune is reporting it. Got it. Thank you, Sparkly. I don't think it says if it's paid or not, right? See you in your dreams. It's not a lot of information because it's just breaking, she said. Yeah, you probably can't do that. As far as I knew, firefighters used to not even be able to smoke cigarettes, never mind weed. But again, it's legal, so it doesn't mean, it's not relevant to me whether he smokes weed or not. I don't give a shit one way or another. And as the judge pointed out, it's not illegal. It doesn't matter. And if that's, if that's something he can't do at his job, that's between him and his job, not him and this court. Like, the fuck? But I think they did that simply to do what happened now, get him put on administrative leave, Come on. Oh, yeah, Larry. Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a minute. It's amazing to me, some of the shit these people are willing to do. Oh, it's good to see you. All right. It's part of the band Cypress Hill and all. So you want to be a rap superstar and live large? Yeah, I don't think a lot of these people know how to be honest, I just don't think it's happening, Yeah, right? Like when she didn't smoke weed when she was a trooper. I don't think you can. You know, that's like a thing for firefighters because they're fighting like fires. I knew back in the day, like they couldn't even smoke cigarettes. They had to like agree not to. I don't know if that's still a thing, but it was way back in the day. Ooh, I hope you have a happy trip, especially flying. We send you good vibes and love, Space Coast, of course. And I know you've been doing a ton of disaster recovery efforts over there in Mississippi, and you're amazing. And, you know, Leah did a lot of that when North Carolina had that natural disaster, and she brought down her cadaver dogs, and she did all sorts of work. And FEMA, Red Cross tried to stop her quite a few times, and she was invited in by local, you know, authorities. But she went around their asses and got it done, what they couldn't get done, of course. And so, you know, this is why I say, like, you don't really know people. Aiden Kearney can say that Leah Genduso is a horrible person, but I know Leah Genduso. She's a good friend of mine, and she's got one of the biggest hearts of anyone I know, you know? And so when he says shit, he just says it. Oh, a twist view. That's so cute. Yes, a twist view. Yeah, it proves better I only cared about the, you know. TMI, nobody warned me about the mucus plug when I was pregnant with my first. Me either, girl. Although I never had mine just fall out, and if I did, I didn't notice. Some people never notice it. But right, Bedrose mini midget motion to dismiss. That should be the new name for the mega motion. I worked almost 10 years at FEMA, so I know some of their workers, not all, are there to collect a check and not do the job correctly. Yeah. Girl, listen, it's this thing that keeps the baby safe from like, and it regenerates, by the way, but like from like infection and things, like it falls out when you're about to give birth, or your water breaks, but it's just to keep the baby safe from like infection and stuff, and it actually regenerates itself. So yeah, right. She's like, you don't want to know. You don't want to know. It just keeps the baby safe, girl. All right. It's from the bone. Troopers do get random testing. Well, I mean, it's weed. I mean, no one's ever overdosed on weed. I think you can definitely care for children and smoke a blunt. You know, I think that's not, without a doubt, you can smoke weed and take care of children. You know, it's like smoking cigarettes, it's like taking Tylenol. If we start questioning the effects of something, especially something that was used medicinally like that, then we'd have to start questioning every person that took a Tylenol and what the effects could have been when they took that Tylenol. Even the ones that don't happen to 99.9% of us. So like, I don't think the court's ever going to open that can of worms. It's not a criminal court, especially in like this scenario where it's not really relevant to the case at all. You know, if you Google, don't click on the images. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do it. Oh, let's see. It probably was. That's the thing. I feel like he probably wrote half that motion himself and told Federal that he had to put it in there. To be honest, I'm not kidding. I said that a long time ago. You know, that's just my belief. Okay, now I'm down to the bottom of the chat. Perfect. Right? Makes people relaxed, you know? All right. So back to Larry and the T on Larry. All right. So back to Larry's ridiculous tweet here. So again, he basically says that he's been hearing over the last few days that Nan was offered a court TV contract and that she turned them down, and there's no way that's true. And he says, here's why. The problem with that is it is true. Oh my God, Insane in the Membrane. Yes, love that song, but that's why. It's because we said membrane. Our mucus plug. That's why you said Insane in the Membrane, because you think about it, membrane. So yes, that's why you have it stuck in your head. But yeah, so he says there's no way that's true, and here's why. Here's why, Larry, you're wrong. Because you are. And once again, you got your information from Willie the Marlboro Cowboy and Dick Nose Banana Hammock Sewer Turtle. Probably don't use those people as sources so that you don't write a book on X and sound like an idiot, because you're wrong. She was offered one and she did deny it. So he said last year during the second Karen trial, I was invited to almost went on a show to talk about the case. I then found out that Nan was going to be on that same show. Now there were two places that both fucking DUI clown and Nan were going to be on together. One of those places was DJ's show, okay? And then Larry canceled and DJ asked Nan to fill in. Nan was, I think, at a softball game for her daughter And he was like, please, could you fill in? And so she, of course, obliged and said, of course, I'll fill in, no problem, whatever. At one point, she had said something to him like, it'll be nice to meet you, which is a normal thing a normal person would say, you know, like a normal thing to say to someone would be like, oh, it'll be finally nice to meet you if you're going to be on, you know, a channel together. I mean, that's not a weird thing to say. That's completely normal and kind and gracious, right? Like, so then he claims that knowing nothing about her and having never heard of her, he decided to go and read some of her tweets and watch some of her footage where she was on that show, you know, to get a feel for what I'm getting myself into, he said. Okay. Then he says, when I say this lady is mental, that's an understatement. You got all that from watching a couple things that you didn't know anything about her, but now she's mental. Amazing that you come out with this right now, Larry. Gee, I wonder why that is. I'm going to get to that in a second. So he goes on to say, it was calling all beings. It was DJ. She likes to make outlandish claims, exaggerates constantly, and has no decency or decorum when it comes to truth or how she presents herself. Larry, sir, do you know what? You're making an outlandish claim right now. You're literally exaggerating in this very tweet. And decency is saying something like, it would be nice to meet you. That's called decency. She gave that to you, and then you tried to turn it around and make it a bad thing because, like, that's what you've learned from the sewer turtle, you know? And decorum, how dare the fuck you speak about decorum, Larry, the DUI guy. You know what? Let's take that jog about decorum, Larry. Let's do that. Let's do that for a second. Do you guys want to hear a little tea about something Larry did? You guys know Tom CPU, right? You guys know who Tom CPU is, right? Right. He's a very free hear and read guy outside the courthouse. He's also a very large turtle writer. Even after Aiden did an article on him, do you remember this, Leah? Back when Leah and Aiden were like a thing way back when, Tom found out about it and went to Aiden and was like, listen, aren't you married? I don't agree with this. You know, I know you're having a relationship with this person and I don't agree with it. And Aiden essentially was like, you're a fucking liar, and threatened Tom. Now Tom was like, well, I'm going to say something because I find that it's wrong, right? So, yes, she has apologized. So here's the thing, right? Tom ultimately was right and Aiden was wrong, and Aiden couldn't be exposed. So he wrote an article on Tom. Now, some things were true but twisted, and other things were just completely false, right? Because that's what he does. These people have these articles written about them, and it was simply so Aiden didn't get found out, right? Like, that's why. It wasn't because Tom, it was because Tom knew something that he didn't want out there. He didn't want it out there, which, I mean, I understand. At the same time, he did a whole article on the guy. Why, at this point, Tom went back to him in any capacity after all of that, after all the smearing Aiden did about him and all the things he called him in that blog, is another, you know, one of the people that run back to him after all that, and usually it's so that he'll leave them alone. It's fear that if they don't just make amends with him and do what he wants and bring him things he wants and get pats on the head, that he will come after them again. And so to keep him happy, they run back, even after he's written an article, kind of like, you know, Ethel Machado, you know, all these people run back to him. It's, I mean, the self-esteem is low, obviously. Not a chance in hell. Not a chance in hell. Not a chance in hell. But nonetheless, so Tom, right? Do you guys remember when Tom allegedly said he was assaulted by Haldeman? You guys remember that? The cop, right, outside the court. You guys remember that? Okay. Well, Mark Rendanza was going to be, or was, Tom's attorney for that, right? Mark Rendanza. So what happened was Larry, the DUI guy, came into town, you know, because he needed his 5 minutes of fame on the most important cases, as he always does, and needs to be in front of a camera. So he came on down here, right, and offered to Tom to take the case. Okay? The problem with that is that, Larry, sir, you're not licensed in the state of Massachusetts. And he wasn't trying to be pro hoc vice under Randazza. He was taking the case from Randazza. So he was undercutting another lawyer in a state that he is not even fucking licensed to practice in, and taking a case he's not licensed to practice in. Well, decorum, ethics, Larry. Larry! Sir! Stop it. You want to talk about decorum? You want to talk about ethics? Do you think that was ethical, Larry? Do you think there was any sense of decorum of not stealing another man's job while you were in a state that you can't even practice in because you have no license to practice here in Massachusetts? Larry, have you ever offered to represent other people in other states you're not licensed to practice in? And then, I mean, you can't do that, Larry. You have no license to practice in those states. That's illegal, sir. Okay? So, I mean, if I were you, I might be a little afraid that my license could be taken for that. But I mean, I guess you just assume that you did stuff so on the down low that no one would ever find out. Yeah, the problem with that is people like Willie the Marlboro Cowboy got a big mouth. And also, you know, he loves to talk about people. If it'll get him a pat on the back from someone. You know, you can't. It's not, you can't reach out to people and ask if they want to be your client. It's not something you can do. So that's what my point is like ethics. Really? Ethics. Decorum? You know what decorum is? Not stepping on another lawyer's toes. Not going on social media and smearing another attorney when you don't know fucking shit about what you're talking about. Mark Randazza was angry. He was pissed. Why doesn't someone ask Mark to comment on this? Mr. Randazza, would you like to comment on Larry Foreman and his ethics? Just asking. I mean, the DUI guy did steal a job from you in a state he's unlicensed to practice in. And that's not the first time that he's offered to represent someone in a state where he has no license to practice. You cannot practice in a state you have no license to practice in. Sir, you can't do that. You can lose your law license for that, sir. Okay? I'm just saying, you can't do that. So what I find funny about Larry the DUI clown and the clown circus he puts himself in is he pretends that he's smart and he has decorum and he doesn't get into the nonsense and everyone should stop and he's got decency and he doesn't exaggerate, except all of those things are not true. He does all of those things and he pretends that he's just Larry the cheesy DUI guy. Not for nothing, but he gives lawyers a bad name. He is literally what they call an ambulance chaser, chasing down people to get cases from. Right? He follows the most popular crime cases, shows up where those cases are happening for a day or two, gets names, numbers, tries to network, tries to get himself on camera a little, puts himself back on YouTube, tries to grow a little. But he did all of this. Most of his channel growth came from the Karen Reed case and befriending people like Willie the Marlboro Cowboy. Now, I'm going to read the rest of this, and then I'm going to tell you, some other stuff. So he goes on to talk about how they were going to be on the same show. There were two shows that they were going to be on together that they didn't end up being on together. One was Nan filling in for when he canceled. Another one, and then again, that one I believe is even down because there was a lot of harassment of Nan happening in the chat from sock accounts from people who were doing the sewer turtles' dirty work and the sewer crew's dirty work, of course, But he's from Kentucky. Larry's from Kentucky. You can't practice in other states. So what happens is he finds these clients in other states and goes, yep, I'll represent you. I can represent you. And then calls other firms in that state to try to figure out who can be pro hoc vice for him. And if no one can, well, then he tries to do things quietly. Have the person file everything in their own name. Things like that. Oh, I'm sure he does. He's known for overreacting in the gallery when the TMZ guy roasted Amber Heard's attorney and Larry completely overreacted for the camera. Sounds like Aiden a lot, right? That's what it sounds like. You can't do that shit, Rhiannon said Larry tried to get a loan with a predatory lender. He tried to explain it away on one of his recent streams. Money trouble, Larry? Why is he even trying to get a loan? But again, this is why he needs the minions. He needs the minions. He needs Aiden's minions because that's where he built most of his channel, was the Harry case and then the Reed case. And so he needs the minions from Aiden and the sewer crew to keep coming to his channel and keep bringing super chats and donations so that, you know, he can bring that money in on top of whatever weird DUI cases he's offering himself out to these days. You can't offer yourself out as an attorney like that. I mean, it's one thing if it's like a friend. It's another when you come to a state out of nowhere and another lawyer's already on the case and you're like, yeah, I'll take it. I'm from Kentucky, but like, you know, yeah, fuck it. Like, hold on one second, guys. All right. Sorry. So, I mean, a lot of these people self-snitch and they don't even realize it, you know? He goes to the high-profile cases and sits in the gallery. Yeah, on purpose. He tries to get wherever the camera is. Holly said they used to line up overnight to get into court for the Depp Heard case. Larry slept in one day and arrived late, and he begged people in line to buy their place and paid a woman $2,000. Wowza. I'd have taken the $2,000. It's not that important to me. You know what I mean? Cool. Like, whatever. You know? He is a fucking putz. A lot of people stopped inviting him, period, until he found the sewer crew, right? And then that's where he started taking advantage of, like, the sewer crew. And so he knows he cannot criticize the sewer crew in any way. So what does he do instead? Jumps on criticizing people the sewer crew don't like, right? On purpose. So you might be asking yourself, why? Why would Larry be saying all of that? Why? Hold on. All right. So here's the rest. When I say this lady is mental, that's an understatement. I mean, what a fuck, who says that? Like, again, he doesn't know her. It's never met her. He's basing this on clips, supposedly. When in reality, I know where he's getting this from, and I will explain that in a second. He says he could use the money for expanding, but I think he claimed he didn't need it. Yeah, okay. Then why would you try to get a loan if you don't need it? You know? Weird. That's just like simply not true, T-Bone. How do you know, just saying though, how do you know that she doesn't donate to people quietly and not ever say anything about it? And if people are willing to donate to other people quietly and not say anything about it, that's obviously not throwing your money around. I think she liked to help people out. And I'll tell you one thing. When people send large donations like Nan did to a lot of people to help them out, it allows that creator to breathe, right? If you're not making good money and then someone sends two $200 super chats, you might not get that money right away in a super chat, right? But eventually you will on your YouTube check, which comes one time a month at the end of the next month. So if you got it this month, you will not get it until, I won't get anything I made this month from memberships or super chats or super stickers until between the 21st and the 25th of April, right? So say, for instance, she sent two $200 super chats to a creator in March. Well, when they get, and that's on one stream, right? Well, in April, they already know that they already have, you know, whatever, take YouTube's cut out, but they already have, you know, a couple $100 coming to them. in that check on top of whatever else you might have made, a couple bucks, like $4 or whatever, maybe you made on ad revenue on that video, right? Or more. If you're a much larger channel, maybe more on ad revenue. But couple that with ad revenue any day you do a stream, and couple that with multiple streams. And in your brain, you can breathe, right? Now imagine that month comes, you get paid. With the big chunk of money that you got from that, you have to go another month, right, in between till you get the next one. So imagine getting that check and just being so grateful because that month, you know you're all set. You know you can pay for your costs and that you can breathe. You don't have to worry, right? You don't have to worry about whether you're covering it, whether you're making enough. Like some people just want others to be able to focus and breathe so they can focus more on other things that they want to do instead of worrying about the money part all the time. You have to know somebody to know what their intent is, right? And if you don't have a conversation with anyone, how can you ever know what their intent is? And you can't know what their intent is if you don't know the other things that they do, things that they quietly do, right? And so it's not always about what you see publicly. There's a lot of things that have it privately that not everyone knows about. And to me, if you're willing to do things privately without putting your name on it to help someone out, then that shows me that clearly it's not just about attention as anyone would claim, right? Or getting people to fight. I mean, that's kind of a weird assumption. I don't know where you would get that assumption because it wasn't her that ever started a fight. You have to remember that, right? Like she was attacked, just like Brandy was attacked by the sewer crew. And it's simply because like if you stop supporting the sewer crew or their really, really bad behavior, right? If you do that, if you stop doing it, you're going to get held for it, especially if you were somebody who gave them bigger donations, right? Like, I don't know why or how they were not grateful for that kind of help. They were getting, you know, $200 super chats 2 times a stream for multiple streams in a row. That kind of money, I would be so grateful to have just to be able to breathe that week, that month, right? And here you are, as soon as she stops, realizing that maybe some of these people aren't doing good things and they're just being toxic human beings and they're hurting people, right? And it takes a lot of people a long while to see this because they do good at pretending for a while, you know? Like you have to think about all of you guys that popped out of there, you know, that realized it. It didn't, some of you, it wasn't right away, right? Like you had to learn over time, you know? So to me, you have to know the ins and outs before you make an assumption like that. You know, you have to. You just have to, because there's so many other things happening behind closed doors that people don't know, that they make these really large assumptions because someone like the sewer turtle or one of the sewer crew repeated it, then 100 more people repeated it, and then 200 more people who saw that repeated it, and so on and so forth until people just automatically assume that it's true or real, you know? Oh, girl, I'm sorry. And I'm pretty loud, so if you can't hear me, that one must be bad, sassy. You know? Legal Bites was appalled that he acted that way in court and walked some of it back when he saw all the footage. Oh, I bet. Who can screw over Runkle, my word? The guy is a literal angel. I'd love if she helped you. Well, how do you know she does it once in a while? You know, that's the thing. Like, you never know what people do behind closed doors. That's their choice. People can choose to do whatever they want. They can choose to, and my friendship or my kindness or friendliness doesn't depend on whether someone donates to my channel or not. You know, obviously it's nice, and like then I'm able to breathe. I'm able to be like, okay, I can put, you know, $400 away for groceries and not worry for the next 2 weeks, right? Because groceries are really expensive here in Massachusetts. If you get like $100 worth of groceries, that might last you maybe like 2 days. It's bad. It's so bad here. I think they said it was the 8th worst. They just came up with a list. It was like the 8th or 6th worst for food. It was bad. Nonetheless, my friendship is not based on what you can give me. I mean, there are plenty of people who never donated to the channel that I'm very friendly with, right? Like I talk to them all the time. And I care about who you are as a person, not what you can give me. Rich, poor, middle class, doesn't matter to me. Listen, I was a dancer for 10 years. I lived very large back then, okay? I've had everything and I've had nothing. So to me, it's not about like, money makes the world go round. Of course, it pays your bills. It allows whether you can go to a vacation or not, or whether you can buy takeout or bring your kids for ice cream or not. Maybe you can't because you spend it all on bills. That's okay. One day maybe you'll be able to. It's nice once in a while to know that you can do those extra things. But if you can't, you just can't, right? Like you just can't. It is what it is. My friendship, my kindness, my friendliness will never be based on what someone can give me. It's because I enjoy people. I just enjoy people. A lot of these people, Aiden is the worst, is everything he does is transactional. If you can't give him anything, you're not useful to him. He won't answer you if you call or text unless you're ready to give him something. Just have a conversation, be like, hey, how are you? What are you doing? Life sucks right now. I need someone to vent to, and you want to vent? He doesn't give a fuck. He won't answer you. He won't answer you. Sometimes we all need to vent. Listen, I need to vent sometimes too, all right? And privately, I do. And people allow me to do so. And I appreciate them for that because everyone's gotta let it out, And life could get hard and it can get frustrating and it can punch you in the face. And sometimes you gotta let all of that out. The move was extremely frustrating. I'll tell you that much. There was a lot that happened and expenses you don't know you're gonna get. And, there's a lot of shit, right? And so when people come to me, I'm more than happy to have those conversations when they want to vent. I don't care if I gotta sit on the phone for 6 hours if I have to. I'll work while I'm on the phone with them, right? Most of the time I'm on the phone with somebody, they can hear me typing in the background and doing something. I'm usually doing more than one thing at a time. But I'm more than happy to be intent at listening, or if they want to talk about whatever's bothering them, or maybe they just want to scream and cry. Maybe they want to just joke around and laugh. Maybe we want to talk about the newest movies or recipes or whatever. Like I am all in on any of that, because I enjoy people. Aiden only knows how to do transactional. And it looks like Larry is one of those transactional human beings, They shut Larry out when they discovered who he is and how he acts. He screwed over Runkle also, said Rhiannon. Missy Minx said, I don't agree with everything she does, but I do think she's generous and tries to help people. And she does. Like, you'd have to, know her to know that, right? I get it. Oh, you saw her a few weeks ago in Boston? That's kind of cool. That is cool. YB said also a very common tactic of records to go after big donors. I don't know how people don't see it. Like, are we that naive? Yeah, but those people, what's weird to me is, okay, if you have big donors, that's great. That's wonderful, right? But they're not treating them with any more respect than they would treat someone who doesn't donate. So it's weird to me. These are transactional people. And instead of Aiden keeping his donations and being a decent human, right? He'll just keep being shittier and shittier and shittier. It just doesn't make sense to me either. If you're thinking of it from a selfish, like Ethel Machado does, she's got no problem, taking, but also attempting to try to keep people happy so she can keep them around. Not because she likes them, because she's talking shit behind their back like the fucking disgusting human being that she is. But that's totally okay. She needs to keep those specific people around. Aiden is so out of touch with his own. He lives in a perpetual Delulu land to the point where he will burn down any donor, doesn't matter who it is. I know Boozy Susie gave him quite a bit of money and continues to give him money. And do you know how many times he's made fun of her? Woohoo! Oh, God. It's bad. It's fucking bad. It's weird. Yes, exactly. A lot of people didn't do anything to deserve it. That's the point, right? And so now here we have Larry jumping on that fucking bandwagon. He lives off his family's wealth. He thinks he's it and a bit because he's loaded. Got very flashy bragging about his wealth. Who are we talking about? Are we talking about Larry, or were you guys talking about Uncle? I think you guys are talking about Larry, but I can't quite decipher. Tim asked me if Nan is Kate McKinnon's younger sister. Tim who? Tim. Larry did nothing to Uncle. They're still friends. I have no idea about any of that. Uncle or them together. Larry posted a picture last week driving his 400K Lamborghini. He wins a lot of cases, but you can't just post without evidence. You're right. Well, the point is what he did was he took Will Beglarer's word, and Will lied to him. If this is what he interpreted from what Will told him, then he lied. You know? It's weird. It's weird to me. You know? It's just weird to me. That's the thing. Why wouldn't you want other people to rise, right? Like, you want some of these people are so transactional that they just want to bat everyone around them down so they can be the first to the top. Like, what good is it at the top if there's no one there to fucking enjoy it with, dude? Like, for me, I want everyone to succeed. I want everyone to, like, put your hand out and bring them to the top with you, dude. Why the fuck are we batting people, at least decent people, away from going to the top? That's how greedy and selfish and transactional some of these people are. Like, if they were really friends with some of these fucking clowns, you would be wanting to bring people up with you. Instead, here they are tearing each other down all the time, one by one by one. It's fucking buffoonery. I don't get it. I don't get it, dude. You know? I don't fucking get it. I love you, Holly. She's like, I'm typing in the dark on a white keyboard. I could not see that. I am blind as a bat without my contacts, even with them, to be honest. Well, I had a nice chat with her, and she called me and apologized, and I had a great talk with her. And you know, sometimes you gotta turn that anger or hate that you have around, right? And if you're able to have an adult conversation with someone and see where they were coming from and see what happened, as my beautiful, amazing friend Leah taught me, or reminded me of. I mean, I knew that, of course, but like, I needed a reminding at one point, you know, from a friend that, like, just hear them out. You know, just hear them out. Just, why not? What do you have to lose? Just hear them out. And I have found that when I do, there are often friendships or acquaintanceships that you would have never imagined click and connect, and that you have more in common than you actually have difference. And that can bring a lot of people together in a good way, instead of people being at each other's necks in a bad way. You have to remember, some of these people were following the sewer turtle and actively being brainwashed in a cult, right? Like, that's real life. Like, we can't discount that fact that that happened, right? And so being someone who was a victim of that kind of coercive control a very long time ago with my oldest daughter's father, I fully understand doing things you wouldn't normally do or saying things you wouldn't normally say when you're in that, right? And not seeing it until you're on the outside of it. And so I can give grace there because I know what it's like, right? And I think not having been through it is where a lot of other people can't understand it. And I respect that too. But once you've been through something along those lines, then you start to see, right? Like, you can help some of these people out of this fucking cult. And when they come out, instead of, you know, being awful and mean to them because they were awful and mean to you, maybe give them a little kindness and support. It's the same when someone literally escapes from a cult, right? I don't hurt anyone because I'm not here to hurt anyone. I'm here to help. I'm not here to hurt. I'm here to help, you know? And I just don't see, it's like when people escape from like a religious cult, they need support, and it takes some time for those people to like decompress, to get out the patterns of thinking and behavior that they had when they were sort of under that sort of brainwashing spell. And I've watched it play out on a lot of different people from all walks of life. It doesn't discriminate. Aiden doesn't discriminate, right? Like, it can happen to anyone. You could be the most intelligent person on planet Earth and still fall for his bullshit. It happens, I'm telling you, all the fucking time. You know, it's sad. It's really sad. The level of control one person does have on quite a few people. But I'll tell you this much. I can respect when that they get out of this. Guess what? They might need a little kindness. They might need a little support. They might need someone to say, I know you said some awful things about me. I understand why. Do you think that you need help with this or this? And do you think that you understand why now, like, you were in that headspace? If they don't, then okay, you did your best. You were a decent human being. That's all you can be. But if they did, and they're apologetic, and if they reach out to you and they're apologetic and you didn't reach out to them, right? There's many ways this is played out. It's played out 100 different ways with a lot of these people. And from it, you start to learn, and you're always learning. If you're not always learning, then you're stagnant, right? You start to learn how all of this works psychology-wise when it comes to Aiden, and the fact that people have to step outside it, have to step outside to be able to see it. Have to. You just have to, Well, that's the other part. You have to remember some of these people just get mad when the truth comes out. They need to pin it on someone. They gotta blame someone, Well, a lot of people, that's what they did. They use a lot of people. It's a use and dispose. And when you're not useful anymore, they dispose of you. If they don't think that they can keep duping you, guess what? You're disposable. I know I'm late in the comments. I know I just did. Faith Hill. Oh my God, I remember Faith Hill. I love Faith Hill. Yes, exactly. Rhiannon's right. They have to get something out of it. They don't do something because it's the right thing to do or because they're not going to get something out of it. If you're a transactional person, you're not going to do something kind or nice unless you're getting something out of it. Like, for instance, you're not going to send someone flowers and say, hey, I was just thinking about you today. You're not alone. I hope you feel better. Or, you have support. Because they're not getting anything out of that. And they're spending their money, right? So a transactional person or someone with no empathy would never do that unless they're getting something out of it. For instance, a narcissist might send flowers, an abuser, or bring you flowers after they've abused you, because in their mind, they're manipulating you with them. They're getting something out of it. They're not just going to send them and actually be a decent human and mean, like, hey, I was thinking about you. I hope that you know that there are people thinking about you too. You're not getting anything out of it. Nothing to benefit you. If anything, you're losing money and time. And you're just trying to be a decent human. Those people don't know how to do that. It has to be they're getting something out of it, right? It's a way for them also to come back later and be like, remember what I did for you? When are you going to do X, Y, and Z for me? Larry jumped on the what the Hale story for a while. It got so fucking crazy he went back to just doing his own thing. Well, shocker on that one, Uncle Larry got friends to my knowledge, and I've watched Uncle since Depp. Watch his old stream from different days, totally different back then. Oh, thank you, Danny. I don't see it that way. I just see it as being like a decent human. That's like, I'm doing what any other human really should. And I only think that my shitty experiences in life, my traumatic experiences that I've lived through just sort of taught me. It taught me to be a more decent, kind, empathetic human being. Like, that's it. I use my life experiences to guide me in a way that maybe other people don't have because they didn't live through what I did. And that's totally okay. Everybody learns from their own experiences. But for me, I think about all the things that my grandparents taught me, that my dad taught me, and they're not here with me anymore, and every time I try to make a decision, their voice rings through my head. Like, is this the right decision? What would they say about it? What did they teach me? What would I teach my kids? And what would I want if it was me? For me, making someone's day is like, I love doing that. Like, for instance, say someone's being harassed on X, right? Incessantly harassed. If I even know who the person is, I will take the time to figure out if I can find out where they live, and send them a card or a cookie or flowers or whatever. And just leave a note being like, you're not alone, right? Like, I see you, see what you're going through. You're not alone. I have spoken to so many of Aiden's victims that, each story is unique in its own way, but same in the way at the same time. And technically I'm one of his victims as well. So I can sort of connect with people who have been through something similar like that on a pretty easy level because I lived it, right? And I know what I felt like. So I know what they feel like, at least some of what they feel like. And had someone done that when I was going through it, that might have made a difference in the way I was feeling, You got to think about it. And like, I hope that this even if it's just a minute or an hour or that day. Like, I hope that it makes them feel good for that minute, for that moment, for that second, right? Because just that moment, that minute, that hour, that second, that day is a weight off of what you're constantly dealing with. And it makes a difference. And even if it's a little tiny fucking difference, that means something to me. And it means something to them. And instead of, buying myself something, which I almost never do anyway, it's always, the kids or whatever, I can do it for them, right? Like, and I can hope that by me doing it for them, then maybe one day they'll do it for someone else, right? And then I hope that by the time I die and they put, my death dates on my, we'll call it a tube, because I would prefer to be frozen. I'm not kidding. I want to be frozen. I want to be cryogenically frozen instead of buried, or I don't want to be cremated. Most of you know my fiance died in the early 2000s of a house fire, so I do not want to be cremated. And I don't want to be buried. I'd rather be frozen cryogenically. And then maybe if they bring me back in 500 years, I'll get to see what this earth is like in 500 years. But I would prefer to be cryogenically frozen. I'm dead serious. If science figures out how to even bring back our consciousness into a computer, then I'll be right there, cryogenically frozen, waiting for it to happen. But nonetheless, when I die, I can at least know that I left this world, leaving it a little bit better than when I found it, right? And I can hope that each person that I tried to help or I attempted to make a difference in their lives, that they passed it along like a domino, and that they made someone else's life a little bit better. And then that person made someone else's life a little bit better. And my kids learned how to make other people's lives a little bit better because I learned it from my grandparents. So, it's just kind of the way I see things, I don't know. I mean, I know I'm different in that way, and being 39, I'm kind of an old soul. My grandparents and my dad used to say, like, you're such an old soul, and maybe, you definitely have to put yourself in someone else's shoes and think about what if when it comes from their standpoint. Don't just be dead set in yours. Think about what if when it comes to them, and it helps you sort of understand other people in a better way, if that makes sense, I think, oh, I love that. I got flowers at a new job once. My boss walked by and asked boyfriend, husband. I said, yes. He said, yeah, he's marking his territory. I laughed. Oh my God, that's so funny. This is for my wife. She's married. Back off. That's hilarious. Like, actually crying and stuff because the streamer is behaving in a way that disappoints them. It's just different than when people only watch cable TV because you can interact and feels like you know them. Yeah, I mean, hey, Lynn, you have an amazing day, my friend. It was nice to see you. Thank you for popping in. Yeah, everyone is a victim of his at one time or another if you, unfortunately, are anywhere near him, Of course, they're not all perfect, but they're still victims. And he is the ultimate issue, right? No one's perfect. No such thing, I can only imagine the Shane Candy's growing is longer than Marley's ever was. Christmas Carol, I love that movie. I experienced horrible narcissism, not even knowing what was happening at the time. All I did was explain myself, and apologize and walk on eggshells, right? If I'm ever accused of something I didn't do again, I may lose it. So I'm that same way, and that's a trauma response, right? So when I'm accused of something that I didn't do, I get so angry. I get so mad. And some people will be like, oh, that must be a defense mechanism. Must be because you're guilty. And that's a trauma response from some of us who were in those kinds of abusive relationships where you're constantly being accused of something you didn't do. So now it infuriates you. Now you're like, what the no, bro? Like, no, why would I fucking no, right? So it just pisses you the hell off. Other people would be like, man, fuck it, I have nothing to explain, I didn't do anything wrong. And sometimes that's the way you react, but most times it's a trauma response when you've dealt with an abuser like that, and you're like, nope, fuck you. Like, no, you're not gonna accuse me of some shit I never did, right? I thank to God I left, that abusive situation so long ago. My husband is such a calm, cool, and collected guy unless you mess with his family. Like, you have nothing to worry about. You come for his family, though, and your name, Stick Nose Banana Hammock, super fan blogger, Sewer Turtle, and, you know, I don't think you want to, you know, run into my husband. You know? Well, that's what Aiden does, right? He picks up on something small about his victims that he knows other people might not like, and then he twists it into oblivion and blows it up, and then, you know, tries to make them be the victim. I mean, the perpetrator, and he becomes the victim. You know, that's just how he operates. And in a way, Larry's doing this sort of game where he wants to pretend that he's above it all and that he wants everyone to stop fighting with each other. Except the problem with that is that here he is making these wild claims about Nan that just aren't true. So let me read the rest of this tweet, and then I'm going to give you more information. So he claims that she likes to make outlandish claims, exaggerates, has no decency or decorum when it comes to truth or how she presents herself. We all know that that's completely false, and I just explained why, and why he himself doesn't have any decorum or decency. So he said, when she found out I was going to be a guest on that show, she even tweeted and tagged me about how excited she was to meet me in a way to coax me into the show in a very creepy way. There's nothing creepy about saying, hey, I can't wait to meet you. That is being polite and gracious. The fact that Larry here wants to gaslight people into making it something bad screams turtle, just screams turtle. It screams fucking turtle. Trying to make something good something awful. I only know one fucking idiot that constantly does that shit, and it's the Sewer Turtle. He can make anything kind or gracious into, quote, something bad or creepy. All right? Like, stop it. So he says that and then says, when I read Chandler, her tweet, she was as much appalled as I was. Okay, cool. I'm appalled at your fucking tweet right now. Hey, Jimmy! As a direct result of her conduct and what I learned about her as a personality, this is what he says. So fucking ridiculous. I mean, these people are amazing. Sorry, I lost my spot. And what I learned about her as a personality. I canceled my appearance on that show, although for reasons that escape me, my photo was still on the thumbnail. Probably because they made the thumbnail ahead of time, you idiot. And they probably didn't want to go back and have to rework changing it. My leg is itchy. Sorry, guys. Like, why would they want to have to rework remaking an entire thumbnail because you bailed out at the last second because, oh, well, you don't like the other person you're going to be on there with? Okay, well, suck it up like a grown fucking adult, even if you didn't like her at the time or didn't think that you liked her at the time. If you made a commitment to someone to go on their fucking show, you should have done it, right? You made that commitment, yet here you are being a fucking clown and using excuses about why you canceled. Let's be honest, you canceled for your own selfish reasons, and now you're using this as an excuse later on, okay? I don't blame you, Jimmy. I'm not too fond of this motherfucker either, you know? I mean, now he's just going after Nan just for funsies because, you know, Will, the Marlboro cowboy, is his friend now, right? And so I'm going to tell you guys why he decided this was a good thing to do here, okay? I'll tell you why he's also wrong. So he said, Nan has some real issues that need to be looked into. Larry, sir, you're trying to practice in states where you don't have a license. I think the only issues that need to be looked into are you, sir. I don't know what they are, he said, as I'm not a psychologist. Well, that's fucking clear. But if you've watched even 5 minutes of her talking about anything, you know what I mean. I'm sorry, Larry, but anybody hearing you talk 5 minutes about anything knows that you are a lying, twisting grifter. Sir, you're still making thumbnails out of content of the Karen Reed case that was over. You're still doing sidebars of it one at a time for content on your channel. Like, bro. That is so transparent, it's not even funny. You can't use anything else but big cases or names, right? You can't possibly talk about anything else or, I don't know, try to be a good human ever in your life. You just keep going and you have the audacity to say anything about anybody else. Nan doesn't have a show. Larry, you do. She doesn't have one, okay? So he said, and again, she was invited to shows. She didn't go, oh, hey, guys, I need to be on your show. You need to let me on. No, people asked her to come on, just as I would ask a guest to come on with me, right? Or if one of my friends would say, hey, do you want to do a stream today? Can I pop on? Abso-fucking-lutely. Or somebody I'm friendly with? Abso-fucking-lutely. You know? Abso-freaking-lutely. So he said, notwithstanding, there's no way that Court TV, aka Law and Crime Network, for those of you who don't know, yes, Law and Crime did just buy Court TV. And they own them now as of the 6th of February. Yeah, Kiss the Ring, exactly. Would fire the likes of Julie Grant and obviously fake pretends she's a good attorney, but is nothing but a shill who attacks victims of the justice system for her own sycophantic pleasure, only to replace her with a lobster. So I love that he has anything to say about Julie Grant. Okay, let me throw this out there. Julie Grant is an amazing, kind, compassionate, empathetic, hardworking, talented human being. Okay? Like, come on. Yeah, Larry the DUI guy. Yep, that's the guy. Like, come on. Like, stop it. This is ridiculous. Hey, nice to see you. Welcome. He is absolutely a hero. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I've been saying a lot of this for 2 years. It's only recently that people are actually starting to listen, but I do appreciate that they are now. That's for sure. But the fact that he has anything to say about Julie Grant, like, dude, she was on that show almost a decade in that time slot. That time slot that Julie Grant had for her show is a prime slot. Okay? It's a prime slot. Like, stop it. Like, Larry, the DUI guy, wants to say anything about Julie Grant. All right? Julie Grant, friend of the show, Untwisted Tragedies. Julie is an amazing human being. I've had many conversations with Julie, and she has been nothing but amazing every single time. And I am actually grateful that Julie ever reached out to me, because if she wouldn't, I would have never got to have those conversations with Julie. And she's a class act, and she will be sorely missed now that Law and Crime bought Court TV and that her show's not on in the morning. I will miss it every day. She's my coffee in the morning, you know. Yeah, he does want to be Julie Grant. That's very, very true, Jimmy Berlin. I agree with you, my friend. It's just sad, right? Like, it's fucking sad all around. But Larry, the DUI guy, has the actual balls to try to say that Julie Grant's an obviously fake, pretends she's a good attorney, but is nothing but a shill who attacks victims of the justice system for her own sycophantic pleasure. Now, not for nothing, but Julie has been an amazing advocate for victims' families, the victims themselves, okay? She's always been kind, courteous, and she makes sure she calls out the bullshit, which I can appreciate, because not everyone will. Even on the channel that she was on, even on Court TV, right? Other anchors wouldn't do some of the things that she was able to do, but with grace, with class, right? And yet, Larry, the DUI guy, thinks that he gets to call Julie Grant obviously fake, pretend she's a good. You can look, she's an attorney, sir. Plenty of people worked with her, practiced with her. Like, the fact that you even claim this while being an ambulance chaser and trying to practice in states that you're not fucking allowed to practice in because you have no license, and stealing jobs from Mark Randazza, of all fucking people, Larry, come on, dude. Come the hell on, Larry, all right? Stop it. Says only to replace her with a lobster. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Are you calling somebody red, like a lobster? Like, what the, Larry? Be original for once in your life, okay? Be fucking original for one time in your goddamn life. I don't think that you can. I don't think that you know how. I don't think that you fucking know how, sir. I don't. So he said they fired Julie to improve the channel's ratings and credibility. No, they fired Julie because Law and Crime bought Court TV, and they're going a completely different way with it. They're not really doing that kind of like sit down commentary roundtable thing. And they do already have a ton of employees at Law and Crime that they can just insert here. It is because Court TV was bought by Law and Crime. It has nothing to do with Julie's ability to do her job that she did for almost a decade. She did it for 8 years, okay? It has nothing to do with Julie or anyone else. Julie is very talented, and I know she's going to do amazing things. She's teaching too right now. I love that for her, you know? amazing, you know? Oh, absolutely, 100%. So it's like, why say something that's so easily look up, you can look it up in 10 seconds. Why say something that's easily researchable? Why? Why? I mean, I don't get it. I'm gonna tell you why. Don't worry. So he claims that they fired Julie to improve the channel's ratings and credibility, which is just not true at all. It's not even close to true. Why would they hire Nan to significantly undermine that now? What? Again, Law and Crime was a different channel than Court TV. They run differently. They have two different like formats, sort of, because they were doing their own thing. That's why they didn't want the holdovers from Court TV. Really, they wanted to get rid of 90% of them, and they knew this way back last year, at the end of last year, when they were being acquired. Right. So stop it, for the love of God. So here he goes, just saying makes zero logical sense and is most likely false. Well, see, the problem with that, Larry, is it isn't false. It's actually true. That actually happened. And I'm sorry that you're wrong, and I'm sorry that Willie the Marlboro guy led you astray, but it's kind of what happens when you're in a cult, bud. It's kind of what helps when you attach yourself to the pockets of Turtle Boy, aka Sewer Turtle, Dick Nose Banana Hammock, Superfan Blogger Boy. Okay? Just saying. When you go with the likes of the Marlboro Cowboy and the Superfan Blogger Boy, Dick Nose Sewer Turtle, and Willie the Jim Crow Gillis and Willie the Marlboro Cowboy, this is what you deal with, you know? Half those people live in their mother's basements. One pretends that they don't live with their mother and it's not their mother's house and that it's their house, when it's very, very clearly not only is the deed but the mortgage in the mother's name, right? And the other rents 2 rooms in an old man's home, right? Because these are definitely people, and then they talk about everyone else's situation. Well, most of us adults on our own, and have been since we were teenagers, just saying. You know, we pay all our own bills instead of living with mommy or daddy or mommy's basement or daddy's basement or mommy's house pretending it's our house or renting 2 rooms off an elderly guy from Florida. You know, most of us have lived on our own in our whole own places for a long time, even when you buffoons really, really, especially Aiden, tried to destroy people's livelihoods, including mine, right? To pull myself out of a mound of innuendo and lies because he cheated on 4 women. It's gross. Oh, that's Will the Glare. He's the Marlboro Cowboy. Mm-hmm. Yep. I agree with you. It was a lot of that, but I enjoyed 2 shows on there. One being Julie's, which is one of the highest rating shows on there, right? She was on there for almost 8 years and had that slot. That's a prime slot in the morning like that. Then he said, most likely, this stunt man pulled just another way for her to try and play how, quote, cool she is, that she's being offered the newly open position only to turn them down because she's so much better than that, in an attempt to boast whatever is left of her reputation, and that's apparent. Anyway, that's my opinion and mine alone based on data I've gathered about Nan over the past 12 months since I found out she exists. End rant. First of all, Larry, why are you gathering, quote, data on anyone? Secondly, you didn't gather any data. Stop it. Stop lying to the people, Larry, okay? You didn't gather data. What you did was you talked to the Sewer Turtle and the Marlboro Cowboy. And I'm going to tell you how this went. Okay? I'm going to tell you all how it went. Nan had a conversation with Will when she was offered that position a while ago. It was a short conversation, right? A short conversation. But it was right at the beginning of when she was offered that. She didn't really get to tell him anything else after that. It was right in the beginning of when she was offered the position. Now, if I'm Nan, what if, riddle me this one, guys. What if Court TV was not offering as much as her law firm, which is running for over a decade, already makes her? What if she would have had to move? What if she only had a contract for a year? And again, it wasn't going to be as much money as what she made in her law firm. If that didn't work out after a year and didn't want to stay on, then what if you would have had to rebuild what you already built with your law firm for over a decade to do just 1 year contract at a time on Court TV? What if it didn't make sense for her, right? What if the money was lower than what she brings in her own law firm, right? What if she did not want to transplant herself and her child? What if it just didn't make sense for her life, right? And also, just riddle me this though, like, what if she can't publicly talk about it because, I don't know, Larry, I mean, you're an attorney and all, but like, I mean, I'm sure that Larry would know, since he's so important and all, that usually companies like Court TV or Law and Crime, if they do talk to you about something like this, like a lot of the time, I'd say like 80 to 90% of the time, they make you sign a non-disclosure agreement. So what if she had to sign a non-disclosure agreement about all of this and couldn't even refute it online if she wanted to? Usually non-disclosure agreements can go from anywhere from like a year to 3 years to 5 years to 10, depending on the company. So like, what if Larry's completely wrong? And what if all of what I said is relevant? What if all of that happened, right? Gee, I mean, if all of that happened, I guess Larry would just be a fucking douche nozzle, huh? I mean, I'm just saying. If all of that is true and I'm right, I mean, what if, right? What if, Larry, the conversation that she had with Will was only in the beginning, because after that she had to sign a non-disclosure, and I guess Will didn't get the rest of the story, right? Oof, Larry, I mean, that's kind of quite the fumble, sir. I mean, I'm just saying. Just saying. What if Larry is just another clown in the clown car, folks? What if? I mean, damn. Larry, you fell for it, bud. You're shitting on whoever they want you to. So why would Larry want to talk about this now? Why does Larry want to go after Nan now? Oh, because, that's right. Willie, the Marlboro Cowboy, shared his conversation. What if he shared that conversation with Larry recently? I'm just saying, what if? What if? I mean, I never know what I'm talking about, right? I could never be right. I mean, I'm just me, right? I'm just Elise. I could never be right. Oh, hell no, girl, no. Nope, no. Not over here. Nope, absolutely not. No Brokeback Baker here. Nope. Nope. That guy like tries to be in the sewer crew, but like they won't accept him really because he's just too clowny for the clown crew. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. Yeah, I mean, again, it's all to help the sewer turtle because all of those people get paid by the sewer turtle cult. That's why. I love that, Rose. And I love that you have stayed with me since then. I love that. Right, but what if, right? Just guessing here. I mean, what if I know more than Larry does? And what if what they offered her wasn't even as much as what she already makes? So why would you take an offer and move out of state somewhere else with your family and small child to make less than you would make for a 1-year contract if it was 1 year? And then you would have to rebuild your law firm if it didn't work out after a year that you built for a decade. Why would you take less money to move to a different state, upend your own shit? Like, what if all that is true? Would you do that? Even if it was offered to you? Because I wouldn't. If I'm making more money in my own firm than what they're going to offer, I'm not giving up what I built for over a decade, making more money to do 1-year contract at a time over on Court TV as an anchor. With a small child, I'm not moving out of state, especially since they're not offering me what I would like anywhere near what I would already make. It's a nice thing to think about. I might have thought about it for a minute, but if my firm is making more money when they're offering me and I would have to move out of state with my small child, and transplant somewhere else, then I'm going to have to give a hard no on that. You know? I'm going to have to give a hard no. Want to know why, YB? Because he has no information. What he has is a small conversation Nan had with Will that Will never got the rest of the information from. Because, well, what if, possibly, she probably couldn't have that conversation with anyone because she ended up probably having to sign an NDA, so then you can't have any conversations with anyone after that. Before you sign an NDA, it's one thing. After you can't. You simply just can't. You know? So what if Larry's just a clown and he's wrong? And what if Will is his, quote, source of the last 12 months? I'm just saying, what if? I mean, I'm never right? So, I mean, how could I possibly know? I mean, oh, so, see, I don't watch Will. So this is, so that makes sense. Will has said it several times. See, I don't watch him. I don't think I could. Supposedly told Will tomorrow Corporation was allowed to keep the money, but gave it back anyway. So that's the thing, right? Like, again, the source is Will. Let's just throw that out there, okay? The source is fucking Will, which is garbage in and itself. Will lied about hearing the fucking recording. To this day, he still won't admit it because he can't take responsibility, right? Lied and lied and lied and lied and lied. No one should believe a fucking word that comes out of the Marlboro Cowboy's mouth. And to be fair, the only thing he's ever going to do is kiss Aiden's ass until Aiden finally explodes on him. When he takes something that Aiden thinks belongs to him, then Aiden will take his toys back to his sandbox and he won't share anymore. Will's going to take his shovel one day to borrow his shovel in the sandbox. And Aiden's going to throw a giant baby tantrum and he's going to attack Will. And then and only then will it all come out. And even then, he's going to hide some of his own bad behavior. Let's be honest. I'm just saying, like, what if? What if? What if Elise is right? What if? What if Larry couldn't possibly know what actually happened? So why is Larry having a comment on it? Well, Larry, Will's not doing you any favors, bud. Just so you know. Again, as an attorney, shouldn't you be a little more careful about what you say there, Larry? Shouldn't you be a little bit more careful about who you hurt? Because to me, it seems like, you just want to say dumb shit. I forgot about that. Richard Steele pointed out something amazing to me. I know you're probably watching Richard. I saw his, I put a comment on Larry's post, of course, as you can imagine. And Richard commented on mine and said, maybe the turtle douche was canned because he called them cunts, which he was. So what happened was he called Julie Grant's producer a cunt. And so Julie was like, he's never coming on this motherfucker ever again. And so you have to remember the producer is friends with other producers on Court TV. And so they no longer would have Aiden on. And Aiden was really upset about that. Stuart Turtle was upset about that. So then when Nick Rocco was able to go on, Aiden threw an entire fit to the point where he threatened to go to Lieutenant Brian Telly against Karen because he wasn't on Court TV and Nick shouldn't go if Aiden's not allowed to go. Okay. And because Karen wouldn't save him a court seat. So that means he needs to run to the police and tell on her. All of that happened. Well, you have to remember, some of these people were friendly, did talk to each other. They went out to dinner together. They visited together when they were all here. So it's not really that they were strangers. They weren't, they were all like went out to dinner and were friendly. And, Will had no problem allowing, SD or Nan or anyone to pay for his hotel, his plane ticket, his shoes, the Mexican Jordans, or his dinner, because Will's so broke that he's got that brand new car outside that he's not even allowed to drive, but he's got no problem making money hand over fist and then pretending that he doesn't have any, or because what the fuck are you spending it on, bro? If you don't have the money for the plane ticket or the hotel or the Mexican Jordans and you're allowing other people to pay for it for you, where are you spending it all? That's kind of sus. You live in your mother's basement. I mean, I'm just saying, it's not like he has a car or insurance or rent even. He lives in his mother's basement. So what the fuck is he spending all of that money on that other people have to pay for his plane ticket or his hotel? It's one thing if he was like renting, paying his own bills, and like after everything he didn't have shit left. That's what, that's what happens to us normal people. But that's not the case. So where the fuck is Will spending all his money? That's kind of sus. Just saying. I'm just saying. Just fucking saying. Larry here decided he was going to get in the weeds this morning. Oh, Meredith said something 4 hours ago. I didn't see that. Okay, hold on. This is what she said. She said, hold on. I'm sure I'll get slammed for saying this, but at this point I'm already getting slammed anyway, so I don't really care. I feel like that too. I feel like it's been happening for 3 years, so I really don't give a fuck what comes out of my mouth at this point. I'm just going to tell the truth, and if people don't fucking like it, that's on them and not me. I don't care, right? I don't come out here to hurt people's feefies on purpose. I come out here to be able to show when toxic assholes like this jump on a fucking bandwagon to hurt people simply because they need the clicks and they need the turtle cult to help them. His dirty pants, rugs and alcohol probably. I don't know what the fuck he's doing with it. I don't even know. Hey, Christina. So she said, is this post really necessary, Larry? Does writing a multi-paragraph mean girl diary rant about Nan make you feel better about yourself? Has she actually done something to you personally that warrants this? And as we know, no. I mean, apparently, if you say, hey, it'll be nice to meet you when you realize you're going to be on the same, YouTube show as someone else, apparently that's creepy now. Well, because it's not cordial and friendly like most people on planet Earth would think. But because he's in with the sewer turtle and the sewer crew, it is now creepy to do that. So duly noted, Larry, we will never, ever tell someone it would be nice to meet them ever again, because you say it's creepy, so I guess it's creepy, right? Because Larry, the DUI guy, should definitely be teaching things that are, moral and right while he's trying to practice in fucking states that he's not licensed in and stealing jobs from Mark Randazza. Right, sure, definitely. Got it, Larry. Sure thing. Sure thing, bud. Sure thing. We believe you, okay? Me too, hashtag Larry. I can't with these men that want to pretend they're victims. Larry, you don't even know her. Shut the actual fuck up. You sound like a clown. So Meredith finished by saying, yes, we all have free speech and everyone's entitled to their opinion, but do you ever stop to ask yourself, does this really need to be said? And if you feel the need to say something, why not say something decent? Why not create something positive today instead of posting a mean girl diary entry that's just going to send your followers after someone? If Nan truly did something to you, then I'll stand corrected. But from everything I've seen, the pile-on against her has been completely unwarranted. I don't care what hate I get for saying this. Nan's been a good friend to me. Life's too short to stay quiet about how you feel because you're afraid of bullies like Aiden and the environment he's created online. Fucking amen. I feel like I've said that so many times in the last almost 3 years that it's amazing for me. Brandy said, wow, I never thought I'd see the day that I thought negative about the DUI guy. Oh, I like you, Brandy, but I'd have to disagree with you because I never saw the guy as anything but exactly what he is, a fucking ambulance-chasing opportunist who pretends he's more important than he is, pretends he's smarter than he is. He latches onto anything that's going to give him more, more views, more money, more credibility, more eyes on him, Right. They don't have, not for nothing, but there's a reason why you don't see Nan doing all this because she's working, at her practice. Tweeting is one thing. This guy does a whole YouTube show and tweets and decides to stir pots and multi-paragraphs, all complete bullshit. But again, I guess when your sources are Willie the Marlboro Cowboy and Ethel Machado and, super fan blogger, dick nose, banana hammock, sewer turtle, then I guess then you do what Larry did this morning, I don't know. So she said, making fun of someone for being excited to meet you. Let's see the video parts where you claim she has issues. Don't just say something, lawyer, prove it. diagnose her. For all of us who to follow correctly, I want to understand exactly what prompted this post. Had the whole world lost their minds? Why is it ever okay to choose cruelty? Because they're shitty people, Brandy. They're shitty fucking people. All right? They don't care who they hurt. As long as it gets them another click, another view, another follow, this is what they do. You know? Oh my God. Christopher said, the guy's always been a weirdo in my book. I thought him being a lawyer was a gimmick. Better call Saul. That's what Larry said. Like, why didn't you reply to me, Larry? I would like a reply, sir. You know, I unfollowed him, Anastasia said. Thank you, Brandy. What's wrong with people? A lot. A lot. Disappointed. Yeah, we should be. You should be disappointed. You know, you're a real jerk for this post. You remind me of cheesy used car salesman. He is. Brother Counsel says Larry. Larry says, sir. First of all, you can't say sir. That's a thing. I like that Nan has a fan club of one. Like, first of all, how many people have I just read 3 or 4 people at least, and then I haven't even got down the list. So clearly, it's more than one, Larry. I mean, don't flatter yourself, sir. Your fan club consists of cultists that follow a man named the Sewer Turtle. Stop it, okay? That the New York Post called a super fan blogger. I'm just gonna throw that out there. The New York Post said that. I didn't say that. The New York Post called him that. All right, that's true. Yeah, I mean, if he says he's hacked, we're all going to know that he's not fucking hacked, you know? But here's the thing. Why is Brother Counsel laying into this? It's not for nothing, but he said some shitty things about other people, too. He jumped on this bandwagon as well, where I agree that he doesn't get in the weeds as much as everyone else. Like, he's part of the fucking problem, too, when you jump on a bandwagon, bro. You jumped on the bandwagon. Like, don't try to correct it now. You know, you're not really fucking helping anything. Also, why is your comment Larry? Like, come on. Like, say something. If you're going to say something, you know? Like, what the? Come on, man. It's gross. I just can't. It really, I don't know why, but I really just all of a sudden was like, oh, I really want bacon and sausage and green pepper pizza. I want a pan pizza from Domino's. I don't know why. I just got this hankering for it. Sausage and bacon and green pepper pizza. I have no idea why. That's what came into my senses. Made me think, ooh, that sounds so good. Yes, girl. Yes. No more sweating while you're sleeping and waking up uncomfortable. Yeah, I know. It's sad. I know. Listen, again, like I said, Brother Counsel doesn't usually get into the weeds, right? Like, and I liked that about him, that like, okay, maybe he, you know, doesn't agree with me on the case and I don't agree with him. He doesn't really get into the weeds, but I've seen in the last couple of months, it's more like, you know, Larry's his buddy. So like, you know, you gotta, I cannot. Like, if you're going to be a good friend, at least be a good friend. Okay. Like, come on. Oh, this person said, Larry, with all the backlash or drama you got during Depp versus Heard, I thought you would have learned a lesson. Nope. For making legitimate face that everyone had at the exact same moment in the trial, except mine was captured on live TV. Like, oh, come on. Saving the space in line fiasco. How do you feel about the TV drama? Sarah said. You guys want to know what his reply was? Get ready for it. I wish both sides would just stop. No, the fuck you don't, Larry. Here you are, jumping on for the Sewer Turtle and the Sewer Crew, dude. Doing exactly what you're claiming right now that you wish would stop. Stop it. Don't fucking pretend. That's ridiculous. Oh, it wasn't? Really? This is so funny. I said, really, Larry? You know you didn't feed and you don't. You know you don't. You feed into the cult every chance you get. You need their views and money. And then he said, when was the last video that I made about that topic? Oh, right, never. Thanks for the reminder, everybody. Sir, what I mean by cult, and clearly he's not quite understanding or he's just pretending that he doesn't, is when you're still doing Karen Reed content, right, with sidebars, which he's still doing, by the way, to sort of grift it out, you jumped on the Karen Reed case behind the Sewer Turtle, bro, okay? You did that, 100%. Not only did you do that, okay, but then you did get in the weeds, in the dirt with him. You're not going to tell me that you didn't get this wild, crazy story from fucking Will. You did. You're doing exactly what the good cult leader wants you to, and attacking his perceived enemies because they don't support him anymore, right? So don't come at me with, when was the last video I made about that topic? What topic? The cult? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Do you have reading comprehension issues, Larry? Do you? Larry, do you have reading comprehension issues? The topic itself is you're in a fucking cult. I'm sorry, did you do a video about you being in a cult? Because usually when you're in a cult, people don't realize you're in a cult. Larry, I know you probably don't realize you're in the cult, but usually people don't videos about being in the cult until after they're out of the cult. Nobody said that you did a video on being in the cult. It's like, again, you're still in it. No one said that. But you are in a cult, sir, and you're doing exactly what they want you to do and the dirty work. And what does that do? It brings more of the cult members to your streams from your social media here on X, which then in turn gives you the cult's money. Like, stop pretending like you don't know what the fuck I'm saying. Either that or please, for the love of God, go back to school. Please, go back to fucking school. Reading comprehension seems to be a problem for people these days, okay? When was the last video I made about that topic? About what topic? You being in a cult? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, what? I mean, I've donated $500 super chats before. I need more information here. What do you need information about exactly? Like, this idiot, which I believe to be an Aiden Sock account, this Gary Doyle account. This is either an Aiden Sock account or a Christy Sock account. Nonetheless, it's connected to Aiden in one way or another. Claims that, oh, she has mental problems. She throws $500 at people so they will like her. See, I don't see how that makes people like you. I mean, you can still be a horrible person and get donations from people who are horrible people. I mean, that's actually a thing that can happen. Thankfully, I've never had that problem, but $500 doesn't magically make me like someone. It makes me grateful, right? It makes me extremely grateful that they donated that large amount of money to me. It's only ever happened to me, I think, twice in those large increments for a show. But what? It says you have to be mentally incapacitated to throw at randoms like candy to children. Let me make myself clear. If I had a lot of money, right? Say I won the lottery tomorrow and I won $1 billion, right? Say I had more money than I could ever spend in my lifetime. I would be throwing out $1,000 super chats to smaller creators like it was no one's business, or to their Venmo or to their Cash App. I prefer to go like the most direct routes to them. It's like YouTube takes a month to pay out. I don't give a shit about the fees, even though they suck, but it takes a month to pay out and they don't get it right away. And for bigger creators, they don't really have to worry about that because they get large checks every month. But for smaller ones, it doesn't usually work out like that. Usually you're like barely holding on by 2 weeks in, never mind the month. So I would be sending probably $1,000 super chats because I'm like Oprah. Like, you get one and you get one and you get one. I would probably be in the Guinness Book of World Records for going broke the fastest after winning the lottery by just helping people. I bet I would. And I bet there would be a new record for that. But I would be doing it like crazy. Why? Because I know what it's like to struggle, and I know what it's like to feel like you can breathe. And things like that make people feel like they can breathe, and it helps them out. And I want people to feel appreciated and helped, you know? And so Gary Doyle, aka Crazy Christy, aka Crisp, aka Aiden, aka some weirdo connected to Aiden. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't give a fuck if it's $5 or $500. First of all, anybody that donates to a channel is doing it being generous, okay? They don't have to, right? So they're being generous, number one. Number two, it doesn't magically make someone like you. So I don't know what world you come from. Oh, that's right, delusional land. I forgot. You are with the soldier. Okay, hold on. Forgot, my bad. And no, you don't have to be mentally incapacitated to throw money at people. You just have to be kind. And if you have more money than you know what to do with, sometimes you know that it's going to make a difference in someone else's life, even if that person is a stranger. I've done it. I made a lot of money back in the day when I was a dancer, and it came as fast as it went. Every day, cash came as fast as it went. Helped a lot of people with that money. Did a lot of nice things for people with that money, and I wouldn't take back any of it. all the experiences, trips, and new clothes that I could buy people, and trips I could bring them on, and things that I could do to help make their lives better, easier, bring them memories they'll have forever. I don't regret a single penny of it. And I don't have shit now. I could go back and be like, wow, if I kept all that money, I'd be all set. Yeah, probably. I don't regret any of it. I'd do it all again. I would do it all the fuck again. Every person that I did that for was grateful and appreciative. I'd do it 100 times over and over and over again. So no, you don't have to be mentally incapacitated to throw money at people, even if they're strangers to you. You have to be mentally incapacitated to not understand why someone would want to help other people. You also have to be extremely selfish to not understand why other people enjoy helping other people. Oh, see, that's a problem for me. See, I don't really watch him, Panda, but that's a problem for me. If Brother Counsel addresses the illegal recording but stops short when it comes to saying who did it, like that, just right there, it's because he knows Aiden's going to say something, and God forbid anybody take that themselves. They're totally okay with handing it out to people like me or anyone else who speaks truth about it, but them themselves, they stop short of actually wanting to speak the truth about it because, well, they might suffer the consequences of a sewer turtle, and so they're cowardly. And to me, that shows the cowardice of people like Brother Counsel, no offense, and Larry. If you're going to call other people out on perceived things that are completely fucking wrong, then Larry, where's your post about Aiden illegally recording Karen? I mean, you do a lot of Karen Reed content, Larry. Why is there no post about that? Why don't we have a paragraphs-long post about Aiden's activities and behaviors that have been shown to be true? He's been revealed as a dude with some severe fucking diabetes. Oh my God, shut the hell up. My phone's listening to me, guys. I just got a text message, and guess what it says? It's an ad for Domino's. It's finally Friday. Celebrate with Domino's, best deal ever. Pick your pizza, add any toppings, kick back and enjoy. You're an asshole for this, Domino's, okay? You're an asshole for this. Dickheads. Dickheads. Fucking assholes, man. If you were with me a little while ago, I just had a weird hankering for one of their pizzas, and I just said it because that's what I was thinking. And yeah, they were listening to me. Fucking assholes. A-holes. Yeah, I mean, he's not going to give real analysis on Aiden's cases. A lot of these people aren't, but you can bet I'm gonna. You can bet I'm gonna go through every goddamn thing that comes out, every piece of evidence, every goddamn fucking motion, all of it. All of it. All of it. This person says, Larry Foreman, have you been hacked? Are you going through a midlife crisis? Are you relapsing? It's none of the above applies. Then you should be ashamed of yourself based on what you wrote above. Not once did you mention what Nan ever did wrong to you. Not once. Yet you insinuated she was unstable based on what you've read on social media. Seriously, is that how you assess your cases or life circumstances? And this trashy way is the best way to deal with whatever internal conflict you held against her? Seriously, I think you sound more like the person who was unstable, not her. The woman you've never met, yet held on to this level of jealousy and hatred. Shame on you. Hey, Biker Daddy. I mean, come on. Borders Girl said, I've been sitting here trying to find my words. How disappointing. Rude, mean, unnecessary, ugly, all of the above. Well, another added to the unfollow, unsubscribe, bully gang. Be better than whatever the heck this is. Sub said, why are you attacking Nan? You had to really do this, really. I love Nan. Honestly, you didn't have to tweet about her. Should have just kept your opinion to yourself. She's never done anything bad to you. She's kind to many people. Keep sticking up for that keep sticking up, as she's telling him to keep sticking up for that degenerate superfan blogger and the rest of his gang. If tearing others down to feel taller were a tweet, this would be it. Be careful, your fragile ego is showing. I mean, these dudes getting ratioed, He's getting ratioed. Bottom line. Yeah, 5 million Aiden's made since 2020. He's also had 45,000, almost 45,500, we're close to that number, reports made on his YouTube channel. Still, it's up. YouTube, you want to answer that question on why? You fucking assholes? That's all right. We deal with the lawyers now. That's fine. You know? It's fine. Oh, let's see. What a completely unnecessary post, Lisa said. Best of luck in life, Larry. Oh, there's my dude, New Hampshire dude. Might want to check yourself. You're not factually correct. You're not. No, he's not. It's 100% bullshit. This verse, so what's the point of this post? To make sure you stay good with Aiden? Weird. It's exactly why. YBSU. No, there gives no details on whether Larry has any information, if she was offered anything, because he doesn't, by the way. I'm just going to throw that out there. Nor did Will. There was one conversation, and Will did not get to know the details after that. Nobody did. It's Court TV, didn't they guest get college shows regularly? Nothing against him, but his action recreation was fanciful. So, like, I guess Jamie's point is, like, they have people on all the time. What the fuck are you talking about, you know? Oh, yeah, they'll be putting money in his commissary. Hot box over. You know they will. You know? Oh, of course, Mr. Monk's understudy, says that, of course, calling all beings left your thumbnail up. I remember that in real time happening. If you know, Larry said. What the fuck is that? Larry, they probably left it up so they didn't have to make a new fucking thumbnail. It's your dumbass that bailed out last minute. That's on you. Right? And let's be honest, you didn't bail out because of Nan. It had nothing to fucking do with Nan. You bailed out because of your own damn self. Hold on a second.
Yeah. Yo. Huh, huh, huh. Yo. Larry's a DUI guy, Kentucky clown. Riding turtles, money flowing down. Larry from Kentucky, DUI. Yo. Huh, huh, huh. Yo. Larry's a DUI guy, Kentucky clown. Riding turtles, money flowing down. Larry from Kentucky, DUI king so sly. Practicing law where he ain't got the sign. Morally bankrupt, ethically lost. Still in job from Randazzo. What's the cause? Clown in the clown parade. Honk, honk, honk. Hey. Ride on turtle, cold money. Keep it strong. Call leader happy. Hey. don't even care. Snake in the grass, breathing that air. Randazzo's gigs, he swipes them away. Harry the Joker, night and the day. Clown in the clown parade. Honk, honk, honk. Hey. Rides on Turtle Company. Keep it strong. Call leader happy. Hey. Minions in line. Hey. Money flowing forever. That's his shine. Turtle Coat Cash keeps the party alive. Clowns all marching, belly survive. Ethically questionable, that's his game. Larry the lawyer, full of shame. Clown in the clown parade. Honk, honk, honk. Rides on Turtle Company. Keep it strong. Call leader happy. Minions in line. Money flowing forever. That's his shine. Larry the DUI clown. Fade out slow. Viral on TikTok. Everyone knows.
Call. And then I had to pee real quick. So you guys got the song while I did that. My bad. my bad. I mean, it's very catchy, though. You know, it's very, very catchy. And I'm going to bet that Randazzo is not a huge fan of Larry's since he stole his job and tried to practice in a state where he is not licensed. Larry, I mean, come on, bud. Come on. This person said, how terrible, what a mean girl comment, what a disappointment you have turned out to be. I mean, to be fair, you guys, again, Larry's one of those people that I said a while ago had jumped on that train, you know. Dear Larry, this is a lot of words to express a thought. I read it earlier and coming back now, only remember something like, you don't think they would offer this position. I'm not reading it. I usually listen or read content. Here is where you stand with me on this. Weird face. Bahala said, well, your disappointment. One reason I enjoyed your channel was you're really jumped into situations on social media, but you show up out of nowhere maligning Nan's mental health based on one friendly interaction, vague internet rumors, insinuations instead of receipts. Honest to God, when I read your tweet, my first thought was, did someone hack his account? Best of luck, Larry. As a lawyer, you know, it says, I'm out of here. I mean, Boney said I was a longtime subscriber of yours, Larry, but after reading this, I'm very disappointed that you make such derogatory statements about someone that sounds based more on another person's opinion than actual facts. Larry, it's downright disgusting. I mean, it is, right? Fake news. If you had asked us, Larry, we would have told you it is fake news, you know? Love this. Tried having a conversation on Twitter about Rule 9A, rules en masse, because she was ridiculing Karen's attorneys for not just filing the motion. Well, I mean, yeah, she was right, though. Totally unprofessional behavior on Twitter. Mom5, let me interrupt here. You think it's unprofessional behavior, right, to talk about a public trial that everyone was talking about. You criticize Karen's attorneys for not doing something that they should have done, but you don't think it's totally unprofessional behavior for Larry to spread rumors and lies as a lawyer. Got it. Duly noted. Duly noted. You guys' double standards are fucking amazing. No, Matt, I don't understand this random attack, nor your logic. She's mental because she tweeted you about her excitement to meet you. Her conduct was creepy. Come on, you must have a more legit argument than this. I get there's a divide in the community, but this is weak. Yeah, it is. Yeah. This person said I'm with Brother Counsel on this. Well, not for nothing, but Brother Counsel didn't really say anything. All he said was Larry. I enjoy your channel, Larry, but doing mind dump on X might bring short-term catharsis, but usually turns out as a bad idea. Take care. I can't. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. So here's an idea. Maybe this person asked if they've been hacked. Maybe, just maybe, don't repeat things that Will the Glare tell you in his warped twisted way that was not even a quarter of all of what happened, right? So again, what if she wasn't going to make as much as what she already makes? What if she didn't want to transplant her whole entire family? And what if put all together, it just didn't make sense? You're going to make less money, then you're going to have to move with your small child to a different state, and it was only a year contract. So what if, okay, what if, just what if none of that made sense, so you turned it down? I mean, how would I go? I mean, I'm just saying, what if? Also, what if no one else knows? Because maybe, just like Court TV, Law and Crime, things, even Google have these things. You know, they're called non-disclosure agreements. So most of the time, if they offer you something, they make you sign one, sometimes for a year, sometimes for 3 years, sometimes for 5 years, sometimes for 10 years. But what if she had to sign one of those? And so she was never able to talk to anybody about it ever again after that. Like, what if, you know, oh, I used to have that one. I think I got a super chat. We have one like that with the lovely shit stirrer people. We have it right here.
I think we got a super chat.
Yeah, those are the minions. Yep, it's a turtle cult, y'all. You know? What do you mean? So let me explain, right? Companies all the time. Say, for instance, a company comes to me right now and they offer me a media deal with their company, right? They lay the deal out. They tell me how things are going to work, give me time to think about it. But ultimately, I decide either I'm going to go with another company or I'm going to turn it down, right? Because they shared things with you about their company, even if you turn it down, you still have to sign a non-disclosure agreement to agree not to disclose any of what they told you, usually for like a certain amount of time or certain, you know, information. So again, non-disclosure agreements can be wide, you know, vary widely. But usually with like a media company like that, usually it's, even if you turn it down, ultimately for a certain amount of months or years, you cannot talk about them even offering you the deal at all. Because if a competitor tries to scoop you up, then you can't go, well, this is what Court TV said and offered you. You might actually give trade secrets or secrets of their company over to another company. So it makes you sign a non-disclosure agreement so that you cannot share that information with anyone, even if you turn it down. So that's why there's usually like a certain amount of months or years on how long it lasts, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, again, I'm not ready to vilify the guy, but I do think some of the things that he did were fucking weird and out of pocket. And I mean, I'm waiting for the answers as to what, when, where, why, how, right? Because we don't know. There could be lots of reasons why this happened, that happened, you know, and I just might not know them or see them or understand them. But this is why you wait for like a trial to hear if you can hear. And I don't think you're going to find out some of all of that. Some of it is probably, you're never going to know, probably. Some of it you might hear in the trial, but some of it you're probably never going to get the answers to. And like, I'm not good at being okay with not. I need to know, like, I need to know. I need to fucking know. I need to know the goddamn answers, right? I need to know how it all went down. But I'm okay with understanding that some of these answers won't come out until trial, right? And that happens in every case, you know? Oh, this person said, I never thought you would stoop this low, Larry. You know? How to lose your reputation in one long, unnecessary post. You know? I can't. You know? Some of these people, is this really Larry writing this? I'm shocked. I mean, he's been ratioed at this point. You know? Yikes, glass houses, buddy. You know? This is the shit that I mean. Like, where do these people come up with this shit? Where? Larry made that entire post to try to be a shitty human being. He has no beef personally with Dan, and he never did. The Marlboro Cowboy and the rest of the sewer crew clearly have just been talking shit and they needed him to do some dirty work. So what they do is they sort of yap in your ear, yap in your ear, yap in your ear until they're all pissed off about it, until you, in turn, then go yap about it for them, right? That's what they do. I can say with confidence that Larry is wrong. And also, if he's going to put any of that out as a fact, even though he claims it's an opinion, he says it very much like some of that is a fact. I'm going to say he's a fucking liar. Larry, you're a liar. It's really gross. Again, also a woman. I mean, you have no shame. You go after another attorney, a woman, nonetheless, with completely false bullshit that you made up and that Willie the Glare made up. And you didn't use your logical thinking skills to figure anything out. I mean, anybody who watches his show should be deeply concerned that he doesn't have basic logic skills. You know, I don't get it. Yeah, the vulgarity is a lot, Rose. I don't blame you, you know? Oh, yeah, he's going to have to do a rant on a lot of these people, right? But he's going to space it out because unlike Will, right, in his petty streams, Larry's at least big enough on YouTube to know, like, he's going to have to space those out. All he really wanted was for the sewer turtle to know, I'm still on your side, guy. I got you, guy. I'm still here, right? And that was his way of doing it. Federer is going to need to get out all of his purple crayons soon. Harold broke his crayon on that really ridiculous mega motion that he calls a mega motion that I call a moron motion. And the fact that Aiden actually still in his brain, in that little pea-sized brain in his head, he actually thinks that that mega motion is going to do something for him. Most of that mega motion is pure speculation and innuendo. There is no evidence to 90% of what he claims in that ridiculousness. Most of it is fabricated falsehoods that Aiden has told his attorneys must be true. Now, the problem with that is Aiden doesn't care how bad he makes his attorneys look. So what he'll try to do is, and this is what he's done many times before, is instead of when his lawyers tell him, well, Aiden, we don't have evidence of that. We can't put that in there, right? If you don't have evidence of it, we can't do it. What happens then is Aiden gets a minion and goes, hey, I'm going to need you to make a fake email and send me this and claim all this stuff in it so we can say that you're this person and that's our evidence. And so then he goes, and the minion sends him the fake email and he brings it to his attorneys and he goes, look, guys, someone, a source sent me this. This is the person, this bad person I'm talking about in the mega motion. We need to attach this as evidence to the mega motion. Right? The problem with that is any smart person, including the state, would demand that anything you bring in be authenticated correctly because he has and will continue to bring in fake, false evidence to go with his narrative so that he tries to get himself out of trouble. It's who he is and what he does, you know? It's who he is and what he does. He is a misogynist. And because he can't say misogynist, he made up that whole massage therapist thing. Because it was hard for him to say misogynist. So he thought it would be funnier if he just pretended that, like, oh, we're just going to say a pun. We're going to call it a massage therapist. So instead of saying misogynist, he now will be like, I'm not a massage therapist. Because he kind of stutters on saying the word. So he thought it would be easier by doing that. Again, we're not dealing with a high level of intelligence here, you know? Yeah, I wish they would too, Rose. I mean, I get it, my friend. In the last, I'd say week at least of my streams, people can't see each other who see each other all the time, right? So it's not like they block each other. And then there's been weird things where people can't comment and like all this weird shit that didn't happen, you know, more than a week ago. So I think, you know, YouTube's got to get their shit together in more than one way. New Hampshire dude said I met him and he's an idiot. So I met in person. Sorry, not sorry. I want to ask for my money back. I liked him before. I didn't like him. You're not the first person I've heard say that, New Hampshire dude. Like, can I get my money back? Because it's like, if you think about it, right? All of the people, sorry, my leg is itchy. I have psoriasis on my leg and it hurts. It's itchy. Of all the people that donate to his channel, and especially people who donate a little bit more money, right? I've seen a lot of them on social media be like, can we get a fucking refund on that? Like, can we please get a refund? Like, we don't we now see the ugliness that you are, and we don't support that, right? The problem that I have is people will be very generous with him, right? And then what happens is when they realize he's just a bag of shit, right? And they're like, damn. And they think about all the money that they wasted thinking that they were actually supporting something that they liked. It turns them off, like completely off to donating to any other creator or platform or something else that they like, because to them it's like, well, am I gonna like this person and then think that I wasted my money, you know? Later on, are they gonna end up being a shitbag? Like that pops into your head, you know, and you're like, damn, I don't want to support anyone else because, like, even though I like this next person, like what if that person ends up being a shitbag? And I guess my answer to that is go with your gut. Always go with your gut. Do not let your gut, if your gut is saying something, follow it, dude. Your gut don't lie. Your gut is not going to lie to you, I promise. Your gut is not going to lie. Go with your gut, and don't let one shitty asshole deter you from other decent people, because even though he attracts really shitty human beings, really selfish, greedy, narcissistic, dark personalities, it doesn't mean that every creator, or I see a lot of people on Twitter, and it's really disheartening, and it's hard for me as a creator myself to see people talking about creators and being like, yeah, they're all just scripting and they're all, you know, these creators are horrible and blah, blah, blah. And some of them watch my show, so I know that they don't mean me, right? Like I know that, but I'm still a creator, right? Like I still have my own show. I'm still a creator. And in my brain, it's like they're giving decent humans a bad fucking name as creators, right? Some of these people are like, yeah, they're just, you know, just press the button and go. And it's like, some people like Aiden do just press the button and go. Others don't. There's a lot of work that goes behind streaming if you're putting it in, right? Other people, I guess, and I learned this a while ago, I think B Tim is the one who was like, yeah, some people do just press that button and go. And it's like, well, they still have to put minimal work in. They still have to make a thumbnail. They still have to, you know, make it different than other ones. You can't just keep making the same thumbnail over and over. They'll shut you down for that. You gotta make it, you know, a description. You gotta make it title. You gotta do those things. But if you're doing that and it's just the bare minimum, right? You're not doing any other work besides that, and you're just pressing the button and going, kind of like, you know, Ethel Machado does. It gives a bad name to other people who do put in any kind of work for their streams, for their channels, whether it's talking to a source, getting documents, covering court hearings, having people there, you being there, like whatever the case may be, right? It gives other creators a bad name when you have people like the Sewer Crew. And it's really hard to watch people say that stuff. I have to keep reminding them, like, hey, I'm here. I'm not a shitty human being, you know? And there are other creators that are just not shitty human beings. You know, you just got to find them, right? I think there are a ton of really awesome creators out there, from small to big, right? There's a ton of really awesome ones out there. And then you have people like the Sewer Crew. And it's too bad because the people like the Sewer Crew then sort of disengage the audience when they come to me, right? Like, so then I get the audience comes to me and they're sick of his bullshit, right? And they're like, but I don't want to support anything just yet because, like, you know, he's a shitty human. And what if that ends up happening? And then it affects all creators from all different places. And people go other places after the Sewer Crew. And they go to big creators and middle creators and small creators and all creators, big and small, and from all over the country, the world. And it puts a bad taste in their mouth. And it's like, I don't know how to get that bad taste out of their mouth. You know, all I can do is just be me. That's it. That's all I can do. All I can do is just be me and show people, like, give them the most authentic me that I have, right? I am a human. I am not perfect. I am a beautiful disaster. And I have a life just like everyone else does, you know? I have ups and I have downs, and I have days when I am just like not feeling it and I don't want to do a stream, but I pull myself up out of bed and pull myself away from the chronic pain that I have, and I do it. I do it, right? This is my job, and you can't just say I'm in a lot of pain, so I can't do it. You know, it's your job. Hold on a second, guys. Getting a call. Hold on. Oh my God, I love that. So the phone call. It's my old neighbor. She's an older lady. Absolutely love her. And my husband would like shovel her out, her car and her driveway and stuff to make sure she could get out safely, her and her mother, who's even more older, right? And my kids are like little grandchildren to her. She absolutely loves them, and I love that. And she goes to BJ's and buys these big things of like snacks, like fruit snacks and mini muffins, and she would bring them over to my house for the kids. So she would do it for the other kids that live next door to her too. On the other side, there's 4 kids there, and then for mine. And so when we were getting ready to move, she told the kids, she was like, "Oh no, Grandma, not forget your snacks. I'll be bringing them over," because we're only about 5 minutes from where we were at the old apartment. So she just called and was like, "I got the snacks in the trunk, ready to bring them over to the grandkids." I said, "Girl." Girl. So I'm gonna wrap this up because she's gonna be bopping over to say hi. So he's an ambulance chaser. That's why I said earlier, he's an opportunist. He's an ambulance chasing opportunist. I mean, he's very corny too, just to be fair. Like, he's pretty fucking corny, right? I know that Sparkly's having a spaces, or was having a spaces. Oh, she's not on anymore. Or maybe, nope, yep, she's still on. Sparkly's having a spaces right now. So if you guys want to pop over there after you leave here, you totally can do that. I want to say thank you for all of you guys who became members, all of you guys that gifted memberships today. I don't think I've seen that many memberships in a long time. It was really nice of you guys from A to B. Thank you so much. I think I read 2 donations earlier. I appreciate any and all of you guys. I love y'all so much. If you do want to support the channel and you're catching me on the replay, or you still want to do it now and you like to do it at the end of the stream, some people do. There's a bunch of different ways you can. Hitting the like button's a good one. Hitting the subscribe button's always a great one. Sharing the video, letting people know that we're here, that maybe they don't know we exist and they're looking for a place to find all this information and figure out who these people are. So let them know where we are, I can appreciate that as well. It's a huge help to the channel. And then there are the most direct routes, of course. Super chats, memberships, or Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We have an Amazon wish list all in the description of the video here on YouTube. We also have a link that works for any debit or credit card. It's pinned in the chats in the description of the video. I love your stinking faces, and I won't see you guys tomorrow because Saturday is my only day off of the week. So I will be comfortably sitting in my bed, spending time with the kids and relaxing. But I will see you all Sunday for our Sunday show. It is my favorite show of the week. So I will see y'all Sunday, fun day. And if anybody needs me in the meantime, anybody wants to just say hi, chat, and email, you can find me on social media. You can text me if you got my number. Bye, everybody.